Here now is the starting lineup of the Perpetual Junior Office. And former number 7 last summer. And former grip of the and former number 43 Miami National. And center number 45 SSC-R. And number 77 Francis Rosales. Your head coach is Pablo Leopas. Cheering is one by Richard and Porter Beda. Holding down number 20, Marquez Priscilla, penalty. Third foul on Marquez Priscilla. 2 free throws for Circle Perpetual. Is second for on the junior Pirates. 2 free throws for Guadalajara sides. Kickball. Shot clock reset to 14 seconds. Offensive foul on number 18, James Sonata, his first. free throws for Greg Velasquez. His second, Romnick Araneta, coming in for the junior Pirates. 14 seconds on the shot. LPU Junior Pirates. Beda, nabigyan po ni Junior Office. his fourth one on the junior office. Two free throws for Stephen Wicks. Arcade Musoma coming in for the junior office. to females for Kirk Velasquez. comes for Ezequiel Thomas. is kicker first. in front of your respective benches. Offensive foul on number 23, Ken Bo, is third personal. Don Rosales coming in for Ezequiel Zamaras. Shot clock in 14 seconds.
The play-in and the quarterfinal matchups are set. But before we head to the NCAA playoffs, so to speak, we have one more game day to take care of here in the group stage or the classification stage, whatever you want to call it, here at the Phil Oil Center in San Juan City. This is our live coverage of NCAA Season 101, building greatness as the LPU Pirates, who are ranked number 4 in Group A, will take on the number 1 ranked team in Group A as well, the University of Perpetual Health System, Dalta. And as always, gaya ng laging sinasabi ng mga tao, matalo lang sa lahat. Wag lang sa Beda or Letran, whichever side you are on, ating abangan na yan mamaya in our second game on this Sunday. We are live on GTV, simulcast on Heart of Asia. And we'd also like to remind everybody to follow and support our social media platforms, GMA Sports PH on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And huge shoutout sa lahat nating mga kapusong nanonood sa NCAA Philippines here in the Philippines and all over the world via YouTube. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay Pilipinas, my name is Anton Rojas, working alongside former NCAA champion and strength and conditioning coach, our resident analyst here in the league, Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio. Brother, magandang tanghali sa'yo.
Matalo na sa iba, wag lang sa pag-ibig. Yan, para sa yan. Yan, para sa yan. Dahil it's a family Sunday, great jumping off point papunta sa ating playoffs. And this day is very, very important for all teams playing. Mamaya hihimayin natin yan.
Nagising ako sa sinabi mo eh.
Siyempre pag-ibig eh. Kailan naman tayo?
Madalas tayo na ano dyan eh. Pero ibang usapan yon. Siyempre, para pag-usapan ang mga nangyayari sa sidelines and of course inside the dugout, we have Glycel Galpo joining us as part of our broadcast team. Glycel was able to speak to the coaches and the players and she will share with us lahat ng kanilang mga pinag-usapan later on in the first quarter. But Coach Hammer, let's take a look. One last look at the standings and then we're going to look at what's gonna happen next in the playoffs, so to speak.
All right, may dalawang star na yung nakakuha ng twice to beat advantage. In Group A, it's the Perpetual Altas and Arellano Chiefs. Very impressive the way that they got it in the last game. Sa kabila naman, Beda and the Benilde Blazers. Okay, ang mangyayari, crossover. Number 3 and number 4 of Group B will be facing the number 1 and number 2 of Group A. The 3 and 4 of Group A will be facing the 1 and 2 ng Group B. Ayan ang ating pairings ngayon. You're looking at JRU versus EAC na nasa Group B. Magkakaroon sila ng play-in. Sa kabila naman, it's LPU and San Sebastian who would be having a play-in for the right to face the number 1 seeds sa magkabilang brackets, which is Perpetual, who will be playing today, and Beda rin, which is playing later. Very important itong araw na ito. Yeah, the standings are locked in. The matchups are locked in. But it's very important to get into the playoffs coming off a win. Great jumping off point, especially for these two teams. LPU still trying to find their bearings going into that play-in against the EAC team. That is very impressive. Ito namang Perpetual Altas, they're coming off consecutive losses. Mahirap yan. Napapasok ka sa playoffs, nagtatatalo ka, and then makakatapat mo yung team na galing sa play-in, playing for their lives, and pwede pa nila makamatch up itong LPU. Ayaw mong bigyan ng kumpiyansa itong LPU Pirates going up against you.
Up until that Mapua loss against Arellano, there was a chance that Perpetual would not finish as the number 1 team in Group A. But because of that shocker of a win by Arellano.
Nagulat ka pa doon?
Nagulat din ako doon because I mean, they came from the depths to rise up to the top. So yes, I was surprised by that in terms of that standpoint. Yung nanggaling sila sa baba and they faced off against the defending champions.
Nakakuha kasi sila ng buwelo. Maganda rin yung consecutive wins nila na 3. And then taking care of business on that game day, it was right at the cusp of winning that number 2 seed. Ang ganda ng buwelo nila. Yun yung momentum papunta sa playoffs na kailangan ng Arellano.
So yung Perpetual, nakuha yung number 1 spot na nag-e-ensayo lang, nag-aabang. And that could be a good thing for the confidence of the Altas who have lost 3 straight. But last October 5, nung naglaban ng Perpetual at LPU, dinomina ng Altas itong mga pirata.
Well, nakakuha ng magandang laro, of course, kay Mark Goho Cruz, may 18 points, Jericho Nunez. But more importantly, that third quarter was a very low-scoring quarter. Back-to-back yan. 23 points in 2 quarters. That's a big check mark para sa libro ni Coach Olsen Racela. Sa gitna ng laro, 38-23. That's plus 15 Yan ang very important sa pagtakbo ni Coach Olsen ng kanilang koponan. Hindi nakakatakbo, hindi nakaka-initiate ang LPU sa kanilang fast breaks dahil disiplinado tong koponan ng Altas. Kaya they were able to limit that attack.
Now, we were talking about how you have to head into the play-in or the quarterfinals looking sharp and feeling good. You do not want to have this type of a loss heading into a knockout game. So, ito na yung huling pagkakataon ng LPU na makapasok sa play-in with a victory. But that's also what the Perpetual Altas are looking for, and they lost by 1 against Arellano the last time out.
Well, parehas ng team sa talo sa Arellano. I did both games, actually. Perpetual started soft in the first half. They're a third quarter, fourth quarter team. Di sila pwede pabanjing-banjing dito sa paparating ng mga laro. And Arellano was ready in that game. Sa kabila naman, LPU can't throw away balls. Dahil yun na nangyari. Nagtapon sila ng tapon ng turnover. Nagbigay sila ng maraming points of turnover sa Arellano. Binigyan nila ng buhay yung atake ng Arellano Chiefs. Very important for both teams. Two things, execution and limiting turnovers. That has been detrimental para sa kanilang dalawa.
Perpetual has lost their last 3 games. They haven't won in the tournament since beating San Beda 88-85 in triple overtime last October 24. They hope to end that losing streak today. All right, the teams are ready and we are ready. We hope you guys are ready. Kaya naman, pasa na natin sa ating Coliseum announcer para makilala
Magandang
ang mga
tanghali
starters.
mga kapuso. Mula sa Phil Oil Center, San Juan City. Ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. Live ngayon sa GTV at simulcast sa Heart of Asia, Worldwide GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube, at Facebook. This is the first of our Sunday's doubleheader in Season 101, Seniors Basketball, last day of the eliminations of your NCAA. Let's first call out the starters of your LPU Pirates. At guard number 3, Ato Barba. At forward number 4, Dave Paulo. The other guard number 12, Josh Moralejo. The other guard number 13, Kyle Montaño. And at center number 23, J.M. Versosa. Their head coach is Gilbert Banabanan. Check out now the starters of your Perpetual Helm Altus. At guard number 9, Sean Orgo. At forward number 10, Patrick Sleet. The other forward number 14, John Abbas. The other guard number 19, Mark Goho Cruz. And at center number 21, J. Rico Nunez. Their head coach is Olsen Racela. Officiating this ball game, our crew chief, Harry Santos. Umpire 1, Junior Bayayes. And umpire 2, Romulo Buenavista Jr.
Starting unit for the LPU Pirates, Moralejo, Paulo, Barba, Versosa, and Montaño. And for the 13th straight game, Coach Olsen Racela sticking with the exact same starting 5 that he has been rocking with throughout the entire Season 101. Santos, Bayais, and Buenavista ang ating mga officials for this game. Our first game for our last game day in the group stage. Versosa and Nunez will jump it up. Nunez wins it, Abis gets it to Orgo. LPU in a zone. And teams have been zoning Perpetual during this 3-game losing streak, forcing them to shoot threes. And Orgo can't get that one to fall.
Because if you're going to play man-to-man against Perpetual, malaki yung mga wings nila. Kasi si Goku Cruz is around 6'2", 6'1", 6'2". Si Patrick Sleet around 6'2 din na stocky. So kaya kanilang i-isolate. But if you're going to settle in a zone, you negate their rebounding din. Kasi you're defending your spots.
So Perpetual still trying to find the best way to combat the zone that other teams have been employing against them. Sleet missing on both attempts. Nunez, Goho Cruz, aatake. Back to Sleet. Sleet, sidestep. Sleet And now we see an aggressive sleep. That's 3 shot attempts in 1 possession.
Good contact balance on Patrick Sleep. Stepping to the side and finishing.
Moralejo. Montaño binigay kay Barba. And that's traveling on Alto Barba. Now we get our first courtside report from Glycel Galpo.
Thanks, Anton. Head coach Olsen Razella's mindset never changes. He approaches this game with the same intensity and purpose. With this, he told me earlier that what they must do today is to play consistently for the whole 40 minutes, acknowledging how they failed to do so in the recent games, especially with that bad start against Arellano. Kaya naman ngayong araw, he only asks for one thing, and that is for them to forget what was and remember their true purpose. Dagdag niya, he hopes for the Altos to come out more intentional and have their eyes set back on the prize and what they are gunning for. Anton and Coach Hammer.
Yep, they've got to stay the course, continue to trust the process, and keep their eyes on the prize. Yeah, this is the biggest opportunity for a championship for the Altas.
Yep.
Since the time of Vladimir Joe.
I still have nightmares about that missed layup in the Final Four. That was a very strong team sila. Fritz Bauzon, Kiel Misa, Vladimir Joe, Bambi Barnzon, Kuya Kay Cuenco. So always been supporting and watching the Altas game. So yung team na yan with Coach Bay Cristobal at the helm was their closest team to getting into winning a championship. They went against Letran in that championship game. Kinapos lang sa dulo.
Nunez scoring on the putback. And both those teams were lower-ranked teams.
Yep.
When they advanced to the finals.
At saka yung team ng Perpetual, traditionally, marami silang magagaling na big guys eh. And yung size nila, even on the wings, parang ganitong team eh. They're built on size, they're built on physicality. Ang hirap kasi banggayin nun eh. Joe, Cuenco, Barnson, Balboa, Mendoza, malalaki yung mga bigs talaga nila and mahahaba. Similar to this type of big guys, mas skilled lang nga on the perimeter itong mga bigs ni Coach Olsen.
5-0 start for the Altas as Nunez completes the 3-point play.
Better start for them.
Barba looking for a friend. Interception almost completed by Goho Cruz.
Very deceptive.
5 seconds on the
Itong
shot.
mga wing guys ng Perpetual. They might be one of the top 3 teams when it comes to playing cat and mouse din sa mga ball reversal.
Moralejo runs out of time.
Shot clock violation.
So LPU still looking a little bit sluggish. Against Arellano, they were dominated by the Chiefs. Chiefs, arguably the hottest team in the NCAA right now. Oh, what a pass. Paulo couldn't catch it. Nunez, binigay dito kay Orgo. Orgo drop pass to Patrick. That's the 4th attempt of Patrick's lead, and you love to see it. An aggressive Patrick's lead was what jump-started the Perpetual run in the early goings of this season.
And ito rin yung primary break, yung mga initial attack ng Perpetual. When we first covered them after their first game, when I first covered them rather, on their pangalawang laro sa season, kapansin-pansin na ang bilis nila mag-forward pass, ina-atake nila. Pero since this losing streak, umi-sprint kasi pababa yung mga kalaban, tapos sinasona agad sila. So ito ang importante, yung aggressiveness ni Patrick Steve, para pag nakaka-abante siya sa ilalim, nakakakuha siya ng fouls. Siya kailangan tumira si Patrick eh.
14 seconds on the shot clock.
An Achilles heel of Patrick really is his free throw shooting, because he's one of the best at getting to the line and drawing fouls.
An average na 5 or 6 free throws a game,
but only shooting 59%. Barba to Montaño. Montaño on a fadeaway. Still can't find the bottom of the net.
Good defense by the Perpetual Altas. Tatlo agad yung nandoon.
Goho Cruz. Barba. Moranejo. LPU still looking for that first basket. Paulo. Barba. Barba pulls the trigger. Nunez attacking. Goho Cruz. MGC still can't buy a basket. Multiple fakes. And finally, Goho Cruz scores. An 8-0 start for the Altas as Coach Gilbert Malabanan
Timeout LPU Pirates.
calls a timeout, but he's
Yung contest kasi meron ng 6th minute timeout eh.
all right. We'll take that break and be back to continue this ball game. Mark Goho Cruz averaging 13.2 points per game. He leads his team in scoring. This sophomore has been on a slump as of late. Had a chance to win the game against Arellano at the buzzer, but wasn't able to connect. And we need to see the MGC that was setting the tone and leading the way for the Altas in the early goings of the season.
Well, consistent naman yung production ni Mark Goho Cruz and not only on scoring kasi yun yung tinitingnan sa kanya. He's in his average 14.6 boards, 4 assists in 27 minutes. It's right there. Hindi lang siya makashoot ng 3 points on. And that game could have gone either way. It was a 1-point game. They had multiple possessions to take care of business. They had stops. Yun yung pinaka-importante. Nakakuha sila ng stops in the end game. Kinapos lang. So back to the drawing board. You're 1 possession away. Ganun kagandang basketball. Ganun ka-dynamic. They just need 1 possession to take care of business.
Perpetual is hoping that this will be the game that gets them back to where they were before that 3-game losing skid. Versosa under goal stab. First basket of the game for the Pirates.
Good zip pass from the corner. Maliit yung tao ni Versosa on the dive.
Goho Cruz. Abyss. Abyss with a jumper. Goho Cruz.
Well, that's one way to beat the zone. That's another way, interior passing. Sumundin kasi ang Perpetual of the timeout. But talking about the Altas, dalawa eh. Sinasabi sa atin, tumira tayo sa labas pagka-zone ng depensa. Pero, isa pang wrinkle is kailangan kumuha ng rebound. Kasi free lane ka eh, makakatakbo ka. Yun ang ginagawa ng Perpetual ngayon. Kaya mas marami silang shot attempts compared to LPU.
Barba to Montaño. Versosa. Barba, top of the key, 3. Bottoms.
Barba, 3.
And somebody that has been being challenged for his consistency. Kasi LP will only go as far as Ato Barba can bring them. Yeah, you have other pieces there, but for the most part, talagang si Ato Barba magdidictate.
Second foul, number 4, Dave Paulo, his first 3 on the Pirates. 2 free throws for Marco Cruz.
MGC good on the first. 2 for 2 sa pagkakataon na yun para kay Mark Goho Cruz.
Half-court zone press for Perpetual after those made free throws. Dropping into this 2-3. Oh, check. Nag-1-2-2 pa sila rito.
Barba, Versosa.
Ito may advantage si Versosa. Pagka zinone mo, kasi madulas tong si Versosa, parang palos, kilos ng kilos. And yung activity niya, magbibigay ng advantage sa pagkuha ng rebound pag sinona mo sila.
Rez Villegas coming in for the Pirates. Ray Maglupay coming in for the Ops.
Maglupay checking in for Patrick Sleet.
So on tally, Coach Olsen has used 7 players. Maglupay and Boran coming off the bench. Naging question yan, Anton, di ba? Tinatanong mo rin sa akin kung gaano kalalim itong team ng Perpetual. So na-amplify dahil hindi nasasabayan na yung first group nila. Kasi number 1 scoring first group sila, if I'm not mistaken, when they were at the top of the team standings natin before this skid.
Versosa. Montaño. Barba. Boran. Goho Cruz. Orgo. Nunez. Oh!
Miscommunication right there. That's one thing na sasabihin ni Coach Olsen. If you're going to cut, you can't pause. Kasi merong read na gagawin. Babasahin ka ng big guy. It's either you go for the handoff or magsiscreen siya dun sa corner. Zoom action, which is ginagawa nila. Magsiscreen ka dun and then aangat si Mark Goho Cruz for the next handoff. Huminto si Orgo. Yun yung kaya napakapalakpak si Coach Olsen. Yun yung tinitignan, nagkakaroon ng humps yung opensa nila kaysa dumadaloy ng mas maigi.
Moralejo on the attack. Moralejo switching hands and finishing at the rim.
Ganda ng initial counter niya on that closeout. Quick attack lang and then the dexterity to switch hands in mid-air.
Nunez. Binigay kay Alcantara. Boral. Back to Alcantara. Alcantara for 3. Good start for Josh Alcantara.
A specialty of the house, one of their better three-point shooters.
And Barba goes straight to the rack.
He was definitely holding down the R2 with that attack. Contact and finish.
Boral. Alcantara. Bounce pass. Nunez. Too strong. Alcantara. Casinillo. Alcantara. 6 on the shot clock. Boral. Step back.
So yun na naman, offensive rebounding. Yan ang nagbibigay buhay dito sa koponan ni Coach Olsen.
Timeout for Perpetual help Altus.
It's a 4-point lead for the Altus.
And the Altus.
This is the last playing year for Ato Barba, a guy who has been used to leading LPU to the Final Four, but this has been arguably their most difficult season. It started with the injury to his buddy Maclod Guadagna, so he's playing his final year on his own, so to speak. The final wave.
Laban lang. Right in his averages, except for the rebounding part. Pero we were expecting more from Ato Barba, but he's playing and may mga bursts siya na maganda yung laro. It's been a year of inconsistency para sa kanya.
Villegas. Dileg. Renz Villegas. Villegas. Nabitawan ng bola. Casinillo. Casinillo with a deflection there.
19 seconds on the shot clock.
Good pressure right there. Sprinting down and just preventing that post entry. Pasahan yung poste.
Maglupay. Casinillo. Boral pulls up for three. JP Boral.
JP Boral, three.
Now I'm still waiting for JP Boral to connect things. Laki, wing, may tira sa labas, can dribble and attack. Parang once he settles in, maganda yung measurables niya.
Dileg. Casinillo. 5 on the shot clock. Dileg launches air ball.
I think that was
Shot clock
partially
violation.
blocked din yung tira niya. Of this reversal. Smooth looking jumper for JP.
Casinillo. Alcantara. Casinillo. Oh!
Pushing foul, number 6.
Lupay hits the deck.
Is first for on the Pirates. 14 seconds on the shot clock.
Alcantara receives the pass from Casinillo. Tolabot puts it up and in.
Good soft hands and maganda yung pasa. Never let them attack the baseline dahil may gap, but good hands by Tolabot to catch that pass.
Villegas. Casinillo. Reyes.
Holding foul, number 15, Jacob Tolabot is first for on
Oh, what a catch. What a catch by Tolabot.
14
It's
seconds
just the
on shot
hardest
clock.
thing for big guys. Yung catching on the move. Even just finishing in traffic.
Villegas, wild shot.
Hirap na tira nun.
Maglupay. Gets it ahead to Alcantara. Alcantara to Casinillo. Boral. Alcantara. Boral. Pulls up for three. And Maglupay saves another possession for the Altas.
4 seconds.
Alcantara. Casinillo at the horn. L.A. Casinillo for three.
Good recognition on the strong side help. Downhill drive off the scramble. Libre corner shooter. You have to hit that every time. Ito, kitang-kita dito, Anton. Ang magiging key guy is si Reyes. Pagka humel, libre yung shooter sa corner. Knock it down.
Perpetual getting their bearings back, it seems, as they have established a 12-point lead at the end of the first quarter. Mancom representative Mr. Frank Ducey of the University of Perpetual Health System Delta on hand with us as we begin the second quarter of this matchup between LPU and Perpetual. Anton Rojas together with Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, and we have Gleisel Galpo with us at courtside.
So Anton, iniisip ko, sa Perpetual, sino yung winningest? Si Sir Frank may pinakamaraming championship, basketball championship sa program. Kasi on my account, yung inabutan ko, 4 from San Sebastian with the years of Nicole Uy.
So I came in 2009 and he was in San Sebastian. They
so
won the
that's Calvin.
championship there. Yeah.
Calvin's here. Nicole Uy, nakadalawa, and Jam Alfad. Ito kanina pa tinatamaan si Alcantara. So let's look at this contact right here of that screen.
There was a swing on the hand of Villegas that hit the face of Alcantara.
But kasi you're trying to put pressure as a defender, and the offensive player can also maneuver. You can't just put your face inside the cylinder kasi meron din siyang room for movement. So may reverse cam tayo, may angle doon na mas makikita yung movement eh. Ito yung nasa likuran natin, definitely that's the reverse cam. That's their main cam pala. Kita yan eh, yun doon sa gilid.
And Renz may have just been swinging his arms for momentum.
Oo, exactly. Kasi yung mga defensive player, you can pressure, especially off ball, pero kailangan may pressure release kapag gumagalaw na. Pag dinikit mo pa rin yan, merong room to maneuver yung mga offensive players. Especially yung FIBA calls, minsan nga pwede mo pang i-jerk ng konti, tutulak mo ng konti, lalo na pag madikit na madikit sa'yo. Hindi tinatawagan ng mga officials. Well, it's an occupational hazard if you're a defensive player. We've been in far worse things than just a hit. Minsan friendly fire pa. So itong reversed angle yung tinitignan nating mga officials here.
Now, these players also have to be careful, especially a player like Villegas, because you don't want to get thrown out before the next phase of the tournament.
Yep. Oh, so it's a holding foul on Alcantara and an unsportsmanlike foul on Villegas.
In unsportsmanlike foul on number 20 against Villegas.
Parang ako naman, ang point ko doon pagka tinitignan, hinahawakan ako, ref. If I would contest it, ako yung naglalaro. Ref, hinahawakan ako. Kailangan ko i-swing para makakalas ako kasi hinahatak ako. But again, officials have a better angle on that. Especially with Alcantara, pesky defender.
So now, if you're Villegas, just whatever you do, don't commit another unsportsmanlike foul
Or a
that will
technical foul.
disqualify you from the next game. And you gotta wonder if Coach Gilbert will save him for the next game, which will be a do or die, a play-in.
Tsaka mahirap kasi yan, Ton, yung mga hawak ng hawak, tapos pumipiglas ka, tapos pa-flop. Kasi dati naman nung naglalaro tayo, wala gaanong pumaflop eh. Ngayon, pagka kinindatan, pumaflop na eh.
Perpetual Altas retains the ball possession.
Kaya pag mga guards, hawak ng hawak, idadaan ko sa big man eh. Dalhin nyo doon sa big man. Padaanan nyo ng padaanan sa screen.
Boral gives it to Labot for 3. Ball is loose. It is picked up by LPU. Peñafiel on the drive. Peñafiel with the finish. And now we get this update from Gleisel Galpo.
Coach Gilbert Malabanan remains unfazed, backed by complete trust in his players. Kwento niya nga sa akin kanina ay wala na raw bago sa kung nasaan sila ngayon. Speaking on the adversities that they have faced and conquered in the past, kumpiyansa pa rin daw siya na makakaangat pa rin sila on top of the roster. In his words, even if you have a bad start, how you finish is more important. Today, he demands the Pirates' best effort, emphasizing how this is key for a stronger mental composure and better execution. Biro pa nga ni Coach Gilbert, malay mo, ngayon ay magulat namin ang lahat. So let's see if they can successfully surprise us with another win today. Back to you guys.
Meron ng road map si Coach Gilbert Malabanan. You know, just win the play-in and then go from there.
Yeah. Paisa-isa lang. Possession by possession lang. Hindi na nga game by game eh. Possession by possession. Just win possessions and then find a way to be right there at the 12th round to get that W.
They beat San Beda at the Rizal Memorial Coliseum.
Oh,
So
they were lights out in that game. Lights out. That was the best LPU I've seen this season.
Josh Moralejo went crazy.
Brad, pag nasushoot talaga sa half court, yung mga tira mo, hindi ka tatalunin. Tapos hindi na ulit nakashoot after that.
Meron pa siyang layup na hindi nakatingin sa basket. Pumasok.
Basta shoot. Hindi naman tinatanong paano mo tinira. Basta shoot.
Casinillo, meanwhile, shooting a jumper. Perpetual, of course, will wait for the winner of JRU versus EAC. So they're sitting pretty at the top spot.
Pero yung top spot kasi nila, they're on shaky ground ngayon eh. Dahil sunod-sunod yung talo nila. This is very important for them to at least regain their bearings going into the playoffs. Kasi ayaw mong shaky eh.
Yeah. But you know what? As we see this layup by Peñafiel, Perpetual was... I feel like right now, they're less shakier than they were before the Arellano win against Mapua. Because there were 3 different scenarios. There was even that possibility na mawala yung twice to beat sa Perpetual. But with the Arellano win against Mapua, walang kahirap-hirap nilang nakuha yung number 1. They were just probably practicing and then got the news that they're number 1.
Yan ang kagandahan ng delayed gratification at saka long-term perception. Kung ipon ka na ng panalo sa simula pa lang, magko-compound yung interest niyan. Dire-diretso yan.
Pumondo ng maaga eh.
Oo, exactly.
It paid off. It paid off.
Para hindi ka nagagahol sa oras, hindi mo kailangan pakamatay sa dulo. Fresh ka pa papasok sa playoffs.
Now we have a player that we don't really mention, Magdangal, on the floor. In fact, we don't mention him at all. That I don't see his name in the roster.
Yeah, it's the first time that he has been inserted this season by Coach Olsen. Freshman.
Locking foul, the number 15, Genesis Aviles.
Pero pagka ako, ganyan, nasa reserve ako, sayang yung
Josh
playing year.
Moralejo. And Ato Barba coming in
If
for
you're going to
the
get inserted at the last
2 free throws for Raymond Lumay.
option. But again, you earned your spot. Ang hindi pa nga napapakawalan dito yung Roluna eh. Remember, we were covering him in the juniors. And sila nila Lebron Daep, si Borja, nandiyan din sa roster. And then the future looks very good para dito sa Perpetual Altas and also the now.
This is literally the first time Magdangal has played all season long because Jan Roluna played 1 game.
Brad, minsan ka lang magulat ng player eh. Kasi lagi tayo ready sa mga players. Tapos biglang may bunot na malalim si Coach Olsen. But that's a good thing for the kid, given an opportunity here to at least get his feet wet in the NCAA, get his opportunity, because we don't know. Ganyan din natin nakita si Jacob Cortez to start off, di ba? During the latter stages of the season 97.
Now, the only thing we know about Magdangal at this point is he has the same barber as Sean Orgo.
Ano man tawag sa haircut na ganyan?
You should ask Jomel Puno.
It's the Gen Z hair.
Except Jomel Puno has his own flair to it. He turns it into a Son Goku type
Jasper
look.
Matienzo coming in for the
And I hope he recovers like Son Goku too. I leave it at that.
The young kid, Magdangal.
Lamelo ball na buhok eh, di ba?
Duremdes. Magdangal trying to score his first NCAA basket. Missing on the floater. Barba. Backdoor pass. Moralejo. Abis with the board.
Speaking of John Abis. Somebody who has been playing really well despite of the losses. John Abis has been consistent for their squad.
Magdangal for 3.
Good pass. Good pass by Jasper Machenzo on the downhill cut.
From Jasper Machenzo.
Magdangal. Goho Cruz. Abis. Abis. Piso.
John Evans.
And John Abis
Timeout LPU Pirates.
puts the Perpetual lead back to 12. Nice pass. Matienzo finding Orige. At ito naman, surprised that Ato Barba just left Abis.
Alam mo, Anton, right on cue. Sinabi mo piso-piso. Di ba nabanggit ko yung mga teams ng Perpetual nun? I gotta send a big shoutout dito. He's been a very good competitor. When I was younger, tagisalo ko ng mga siko nito. Of course, Kuya Cuenco. Magandang araw sa inyo. Kuya Lordino Cuenco, pagaling ka. They're watching right now from Guagua, Pampanga. Betis, Guagua, Pampanga. Magandang araw sa inyo. And hopefully, makabisita ka ulit dito dahil magandang nilalaro ng Perpetual and yung squad ninyo. Marami pa ring pinahirapan niya nung panahon natin. But thank you for enjoying the games. So here comes LPU on the half-court trying to engage their offense. Peñafiel. Montaño from top of the key. Swings it. Barba para sa 3. Long board. Offensive rebound for Montaño. Attacking. Missing that shot. Abis nagmamadali.
Goho Cruz. Deep in the trenches. Abis. Too strong. Goho Cruz is fouled. He will head to the line for 2.
And just punishing the defense of LPU. Mabagal yung pagbaba. Kukuha sila ng offensive rebounds. Tsaka, ang dami nilang nagka-cash boards. 3 consistently.
Your free throws, Mark Gordon.
MGC good on the first. Points now for the Altas with still 4 minutes and 42 seconds remaining
23 seconds on
here in the first half. Montaño gets it to Barba. Montaño back to Barba. Barba for 3. Ato Barba.
There you go. Signs of life from LPU. Careful, Ato Barba.
Putting foul, number 12, Josh Moralejo, his first for the Pirates. 17 seconds on the shot clock.
8 points now for Barba. 2 for 6 from beyond the arc. Magdangal. Goho Cruz gives it back to Kyle Magdangal. Nunez. Probably the farthest shot he's taken this season. Matienzo. Montaño for 3. And Kyle Montaño sinks it. LPU coming back.
Ang laking bagay nung pag-roll lang ng big man. gumagalaw yung depensa. So merong konting-konting daylight yung mga shooters. Kahit hindi ka maging offensive option, passer or screener ka lang, ang laking bagay nun.
Duremdes spins. Duremdes, good footwork.
It's in the blood. It's in the blood. Ganda ng pihit sa ilalim. And remember, Duremdes was a big man when he was in high school. He was a 3-4 guy, but now he's playing more of a guard here.
Matienzo. Barba, his 7th attempt. Air ball.
Sean Orgo. Coming in for Kyle Pagkanal.
And there's that triple by Montaño.
Jim Tonabot for Rico Nunez.
Duremdes. Orgo. Duremdes trying to get it inside to Tolabut. Barba on the attack. Barba draws a foul.
And that swipe was what was called for. Okay yung initial na salo sa bangga ni Orgo.
Naging foul, number 9, Sean Orgo. Timeout, Perpetual help Altus. Substitutions for the Pirates.
We have substitutions and the timeout. It's a 10-point lead for the Altas. We have a visitor from Slovenia, Mr. Rick Brooks. Coach Rick Brooks. He is the under-16 national team coach from Slovakia basketball. With the SBA hat and the SBA shirt. Again, that's Coach Rick Brooks checking out the talent here in the NCAA.
Yep, and we've been learning a lot from international play, and we've been adapting. A lot of teams now running 3-man sets. More three-pointers, of course, more off-ball action, which is how basketball is supposed to be played. Less isolations, everybody touching that rock.
Seeing a lot of young Bedans already
Yeah,
coming in.
I'm excited for later.
Beda-Letran matchup.
Yeah. Nagpapanik pa nga ako dun sa headset ni Dibo. Baka masyadong malakas yung drums eh.
Shot clock in 19 seconds.
A lot are looking forward to that matchup.
So for those of you who aren't aware, Debo is Hammer's son.
Yes.
And is he watching his first Beda-Letran game today?
Yes, I hope so. Pending pa sa mami. Lakas kasi ng drum sa ANC eh. It can wait. Pero kailangan rin magmano kay Uncle Allen at Uncle Yurin. Yun ang importante.
Abyss. Turn around. Montaño.
Oh, there you go, John Roluna.
Yeah, he was one of the stars of that Perpetual Championship.
He's very impressive. This guy, especially he can convert into a guard na malaki, na malakas kumuha ng offensive rebounds, that can shoot from the outside. So, malaking room for him to learn. Tapos hindi siya kailangan madaliin kasi nandiyan pa si Patrick Smith. Tsaka nandiyan din si MGC.
This is only the second time that Roluna has been fielded in this season.
Pushing foul, number 15, Jam Tonabot.
Roluna was the leading scorer of the juniors team. He averaged 15.3 points per game. That's higher than the MVP, LeBron
14
Diep.
seconds on the shot clock.
And he was very instrumental in that game to win the finals.
Roluna gets it. A chance for Roluna to show what he can do. Gives it to Orgo. And that's what his teammates on the bench were saying. He should... somebody should remind him of who he was in high school.
Well, ganun kasi yun eh. He has been learning this season. Oh, never follow jump shooter. But going back to Roluna, been learning this season, not getting much of burn, more of a scouting team practice player. But again, the confidence will be back. He just needs to get the reps, get his timing back. Kasi ang hirap niya na hindi ka gaano nabibigyan ng minuto and then biglang i-insert ka. Kailangan mentally ready ka rin and you need to have enough reps for you to just compete. He'll come around.
Interestingly, Coach Hammer, he has not attempted a shot. So the first game he played 2 minutes and 25 seconds and did not attempt a shot. So we're still waiting for that first shot attempt from Jan Roluna. Hopefully, mabigyan tayo ng magandang tira. Tignan natin to. Roluna. They're daring him to shoot. Tolabot.
Good interior passing. Big-to-big action.
Montaño. Oh, multiple spins. That was nice.
Even better footwork. I mean, the spins would only work with the footwork. Ito muna yung interior passing, Boral to Tolabo to break that zone. But how about this? Look at the footwork. It's right there, pivoting, spinning, and not lifting that pivot foot. And again, contact balance to finish under duress.
Galing dun, ha? I rarely see a double spin.
I rarely see a spin right in this day and age of basketball. Para si Sean Umali na lang yung nakikita ko dyan kasi Bismarck Lina. Kahit si Alin Liwag, catch and finish na lang eh. Hindi na siya gaanong pumipihit-pihit dyan eh.
Oh, wow!
Heads up play.
What a heads-up play by Moraneo, tapping it off the body of Orgo.
21 seconds on the shot.
Lakas din ng pasa ni Ato Barba eh. Para kay Usain Bolt yung pasa eh. Pero yan, heads up play. Oh, good job. Nasa outside na kasi si Orgo.
Para sa mga bata, hindi na si Bolt eh, si Speed na.
Hindi ako naniniwala dun. Nai-edit yun.
Lahat ng tao, hinahamon eh, pati si Usain Bolt eh. Ato Barba on a drive.
Overtime na si Usain Bolt. Noah Lyles. Pag yan yung mga kinalaban mo, tapos nasa truck kayo, Brad, iba kasi yung interbarangay na kwentuhan, pero yung pagka merong the stakes are highest, hindi yung tinawag mo lang, tapos takbuhan tayo. Loko. Yun ang nasobrahan sa editing, Brad. Pero mabilis din talaga siya. Mabilis siya tumakbo.
10 points for Barba as Daineg returns.
Sa atin, sino ba? Ako kasi ang inabutan ko, Michael Johnson eh. Michael Johnson talaga yun.
Michael Johnson. Yeah.
Tapos yung mga 2000s, Usain Bolt na eh.
Orgo.
Sa Brigano also being inserted here.
Sleet.
Good pass.
Sean. Libre mula sa kanto.
That was an easy read right there with the defense getting inside the shaded area on that downhill drive. Very easy pass. Locate the shooter on the corner. Most of the time, if it's a pack line defense, help yan. You gotta knock down those shots.
For Perpetual to make it far, I envision Sean Orgo knocking down threes. Wide open threes like that one. Moranejo missing from half court. As Patrick Sleet and the Perpetual Altas lead Coach Gilbert Malabanan's LPU Pirates 37-27 at half. 37-27. The Perpetual Altas lead the LPU Pirates at the half. Perpetual trying to end their three-game losing skid. LPU trying to win their fourth game of the season. And Perpetual started off hot. Patrick Sleet taking 3 early shots in 1 possession. And this was actually the first basket for LPU. It took a while. It was an 8-0 start for the Altas.
But if you're looking at the stats, Anton, 4 lang yung shots ni Patrick Sleet and it came early in the game. Kaya napilitan ngayon yung depensa ng LPU to adjust by the effect of him being extra aggressive and being a little bit more demonstrative.
And 3 of those 4 shots, as I mentioned just moments ago, happened in 1 possession. So let's see if Patrick will become more aggressive as he picked up 2 early fouls. Come to think of it, maybe he should, I don't know, play it safe or whatever. Because that's also been one of the things that he's been dealing with, yung penchant for picking up early fouls.
Yeah, with his aggression, not only offensively, but defensively. Kasi that is his trademark even before he transferred. He was a very good defensive player, very physical defensive player that can take away your perimeter attackers. That's his first nature. Ngayon, mas malaki yung responsibility niya being the main point of attack ni Coach Olsen. So, kailangan lalaruin din niya ngayon yung aggressiveness niya.
Duremdes. Quality minutes for Kenji Duremdes and the double spin by Kyle Montaño. Keeping that pivot foot on the ground, Orgo. This was that last basket to end the first half. You can see 11 free throw attempts for the Altas, just 6 for the Pirates.
Well, a whole lot of aggressiveness, especially downhill coming from the perimeter. Ang laking bagay niyan. Kasi nga, nakakashoot sila sa labas, especially yung pinasok sa Alcantara, Casinillo, second group nila. So yung mga downhill na atake, lalo na naka-zone, kadalasan nahampas at hahampas eh.
Now let's take a look at the leading scorers. Barba, the only guy so far in double digits. Lorenz Villegas, quiet day. The only thing major that happened was that unsportsmanlike foul wherein he swung his arm and his hand hit the face of Josh Alcantara. All right, now we take a look at the playoffs.
All right, number 1 and number 2 from Group A will be facing number 3 and number 4 of Group B. Number 1 and number 2 of Group B will be facing number 3 and number 4. Yung number 4 play-in ng dalawang bottom teams. For Group B, it's LPU and San Sebastian duking it out. Sa kabila naman, JRU and EAC. Okay, so very simple lang yan para sa mga viewers natin. Think of it as a Final Four. Kabilaan, ang seeding 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, top 2 teams, meron twice to beat. Yung mag-a-advance, best of 3 for the semifinals. Yung mag-a-advance, best of 3 for the finals. It's plain and simple like that. Seeding lang yung pinagtalunan natin for the past 13 games.
You know, it's going to be very interesting, ano? For the first time in NCAA history, it's a best of 3 in the semifinals and the finals.
Yep. Basta manalo ka lang na manalo. Yan lang naman yung kailangan dyan eh. Take care of business. Ako, I'm always about taking care of business. I don't care what day of the week it is. I just need to get W's.
Maglupay. Starting off this third quarter, Nunez. Orgo saves the possession. MGC for 3. Villegas back on the floor. Palingayan is in for the first time. Barba. Barba, bounce pass to Montaño. Montaño floater. Palingayan saves it to the wrong man. Palingayan gets it back. Barba looking for a friend. Gets it to Lion. Villegas. Montaño. Palingayan. Barba from way out. That's an air ball.
Good pass by Palingayan. Attracting the double. Again, yun na naman eh. Pagka nakasettle na yung depensa, pagka humid, kick it out.
All right, let's try to find out what the coaches reminded their players at the dugout. Alamin natin kay Clyde Salgado.
According to Coach Gilbert Malabanan, some of the recurring challenges for the LPU Pirates are their hefty turnovers and lapses in rebounding. Unfortunately, this has been the same story for their first half performance. Kaya naman inside the dugout, Coach Gilbert Malabanan was quick to reiterate his though they are small, they must go harder for those 50-50 chance balls. He also pointed out how they've been stagnant inside the court, making it easy for the Altas to convert. Ani niya, kailangan trabahuhin natin. Hindi tayo mananalo ng puro salita lang. Huling paalala ni Coach Gilbert sa kanyang kupunan is to involve everybody and communicate more so that they can prevent any more mismatches from happening. Anton and Coach Hammer?
17.2 turnovers per game. That's the turnover total for LPU. They had 7 in the first half, so definitely something that they have to monitor. As Nunez scores underneath.
And those are the things that would hurt you. Bad shots, bad fouls, and turnovers.
Palingayan makes the free throw. Goho Cruz. Maglupay. Goho Cruz. Abis. Abis, one-hander. And the putback is good.
2 hands for extra security.
Villegas still has not scored a basket in this game. Barba. Rebound Nunez. Goho Cruz, pass was too high for Maglupay.
Not wild pass for Maglupay. The one-hand shot, well, he has been taking a lot of those, pero yung offensive rebound and putback, that's more important for the attack ng Perpetual.
Villegas. Palingayan. Barba, driving baseline.
Pushing foul to number 0, Ray Maglupay. His second, 2 on the Altas.
6 minutes and 48 seconds to go here in the third. Orgo with a steal. Goho Cruz. Here, Gojo all the way.
Nicely executed. Fast break there with inside hand layup, strong hand. Hindi na tumalon si Lion.
Villegas. Pinasa sa kanto, Montaño. Barba. Oh, Barba carving out some space.
Basket counts for Ato
That's the
Barba.
Ato Barba that we're used to seeing. Yung physically imposing as we see this transition basket by Marco Cruz. Ito, minamalang sa ilalim. Saka malaki rin yung Maglupay. Binigyan ng good shoulder hit.
Bonus free throw for Ato Barba.
Barba good on the bonus. Oh!
John
Abis with a long ball. Direct. Villegas still looking for that first basket. Maglupay. Abis.
And one. Concentrated sila ngayon. Nahanapin yung matchup na yun kay John Abis, especially on that elbow. Good recognition na maging zone buster si John Abis on those pull-up jumpers.
It's a 13-point lead for the Altas. These ladies came ready. Yeah, they got the shades. It's the Sunday fit. Tambay muna dito sa Phil Oil Center before enjoying the rest of their Sunday. But for us, Sundays are about work. Sundays are about basketball. Sundays are about rivalries.
Yep. I could care less about the bells and whistles. Me, I want to be down in the trenches. That's just me, Anton. Ako lang yun, ha? Ako lang yun, brad, ha? Pagka ganito, syempre, papasok tayo ng playoffs. Okay, see, everybody will be here. Everybody wants to be part of the action, but I want those nitty-gritties on the end. I'm too old na. I at that point.
You can't go wrong with just going about your business.
Yeah. At para sa mga nanonood, ilang buwan lang po yung pagitan namin dalawa ng partner ko. Kami yung line of demarcation. Kami yung line of demarcation. But again, Anton, with John Abbas now being the main focal point of the way that they're running their offense, ilang possessions na to, na talagang kinikiin ni Coach Olsen na dyan sa elbow kumuha ng bola para ma-break tong zone.
Barba, blocked
defense
by Nunez.
Oh. Scary fall by Ato Barba. Na-tweak yata niya yung ankle niya.
MGC from the corner. Goho Cruz gets up there. Barba. Leg baseline against Abyss. Villegas swings it. And another near shot clock violation there for the Pirates.
But the traveling was called before it. So this was the defensive rebound to Goho Cruz off the glass.
Patrick Sweet coming in for the Altas. JV Boral coming in for the Altas.
Casinillo nagbabalik sa ating laro. JP Boral is also in there. Oh, lazy pass by Alcantara, picked off by Villegas. Wow, Prince Villegas.
I like some guard-to-guard violence right there. Attacking the defense of Alcantara. Pares athletic.
Oh, what a block. Sleet powers his way through Abregana with the board. Villegas, what a pass to Peñafiel. Oh, hard fall by Simon. But look at this finish by Renz Villegas. And Josh really had to get up there to try to challenge Villegas. But Renz Villegas gets the better of that aerial meeting. Perpetual leads LPU 48-34. Ayan na, dumadami na. Dumadami na ang mga kapuso nating nandirito sa loob ng Phil Oil Center sa lungsod ng San Juan. It is Letran versus San Beda.
Shot on
for the second time this season. Aviles on the pull-up. Nunez with a board. Casinillo. Alcantara wide open. Alcantara overshoots that one.
Wild shot by Josh Alcantara.
Villegas to Aviles. Aviles backing down Boral. Aviles to Peñafiel. Abregana. Too strong. Daileg. Over the backward rebound.
Galing sa labas.
Casinillo for three. And Casinillo cans it.
Good line for LA. Ma-bail out na nga yung tira na yun para kay LA.
And that's a foul on Nunez. Look at Jonathan Daileg. Take that away from LA Casinillo. At eto naman yung pampawit ni LA. Draining the triple. Villegas on the pull-up. Abregana. Daileg for three. Jonathan Daileg. LPU trying to get back in it. And that's a foul on Peñafiel.
So down 12, 2 minutes and 15 with some rhythm. Back-to-back points for Daileg. One off the offensive rebound.
Casinillo. Oh, wow. Great passing by Perpetual. Great execution of the triangle.
Sila na naman yung nagpasahan doon. Interior passing. Again, naka-zone. Floating zone yung ginagawa ng LPU. Keying in. Nakakuha ng mga baskets si Abis kanina. Ngayon, Boral still staying at that kill box dyan sa elbow. Pagkapasa, meron ngayon 2-on-1. Yung big guy sa ilalim, it's either challenge yung jump shots or kukunin niya si Tolabot. And dalawang beses na nabigyan ni Boral si Tolabot sa ilalim. Kanina, isang beses ng first half. And then pangalawa ngayon, end one naman.
15-point lead for the Altas. Casinillo with the steal. Sleet. Sleet on the attack. Sleet is fouled.
Muntik ng tamaan sa braso si Patrick Sleet. Tingnan natin ilang beses tumama. Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Pero isa lang yung natawagan. Yung unang contact lang yung natawagan. And it's tough being a perimeter player and then you're going downhill. Taking contact, tapos paulit-ulit. Mahirap maging free throw merchant pag physical yung liga.
But that's something that Patrick has been welcoming all year. It's really just the free throw percentage that has to go up.
Yeah, he splits his charities right there. Ay ko sa'yo, Brad eh. Ito yung nakakills nila eh. Itong ano eh. Ni Peñafiel eh. Pero may mga times kasi he has been battling inconsistency the whole time that he's with LPU. There are times that he's really, really good. And there are times that he would lay an egg. ang tiin umatake, marunong fuminish kanan kaliwa, marunong dumipensa on the open court. Naging ganun eh. Of course, they're not finished products, but again, they have the measurables that you can build on.
Look at Boral and Daileg battle. Boral sinks the free throw. Lead is back at its highest at 16. Aviles. Peñafiel, aatake. Alcantara is running. Alcantara with the finish.
The finish for Alcantara.
Daileg.
Galing umatake sa closeouts to si Peñafiel. Kailangan yung pagdikit-dikit niya yung meron. Parehas sila ni Boral, actually. And that's me putting my scouting hat on if I'm looking at attributes. Kasi kita mo, kaya na nakakuha siya sa fast break ngayon. Kasi may tira sa labas and marunong umatake ng kanan kaliwa. Gives him an opportunity to put pressure on the defense offensively.
Peñafiel gets that shot to trickle in. Oh, Peñafiel too strong on the second free throw. Sleet directing traffic. Alcantara. To Labot, to Sleet. Alcantara. Oh, Alcantara absorbing the contact. Patrick on the move. Casinillo spins. Boral from the elbow.
And the big guys came to play. And Boral knocking down that jumper.
Biggest lead of the game for the Altas.
At the end of 3 quarters,
So the Perpetual Altas, after this long ball from JP Boral, establish a 19-point advantage, their biggest lead of the game. We're back inside the Phil Oil Center here in San Juan for the 4th quarter of this matchup between the Perpetual Altas and the LPU Pirates. Perpetual looking to end Group A with a 9-4 record. Right now they're at 8-4 and on a 3-game losing skid. LPU looking for their 4th win of the season, but it's going to be tough to come back from this deficit.
Yun yung mas important, Anton, yung to stop a skid. That's very important going into the playoffs for Perpetual and for the play-in para sa LPU. Right now, with the cards on deck, they are down by 19. That's a tall order. But, of course, basketball is basketball. Mataas ang pace nitong LPU. Let's see if they would make a run here.
Moralejo. Barba. Daileg. Coach Olsen liking the effort of his team there, challenging that shot. And making LPU take that shot with time running out. Boral. And JP Boral is on point today. Barba missing Casinillo. Sleet on the move. Sleet barrels his way through and earns another trip to the free throw line. And at this point, we get another courtside update from Glycel Galpo.
Thanks, Anton. Despite dominating the previous quarters, Coach Olsen Racella's reminder remains. Hindi pwedeng mag-relax. We cannot afford to give other teams more opportunities. And in this final frame, Coach O remains adamant about reminding his squad to be more assertive and aware because they cannot gamble any more plays. Dagdag niya, we have to keep the ball alive and continue tightening up on defense. He commends the Altas, what the Altas are doing, so all that there's left is for them to continue playing right until the last few seconds of this match. Anton and Coach Hammer.
And you've got to love that approach and mindset because you can play 3 good quarters, but play 1 sloppy quarter and carry that over into the next phase as Montaño drains the triple. So the rookie, Kyle Magdangal, who was born in California but traces his roots to Gensan, General Santos City, is back on the floor.
Good defense.
Our goal verse in Taramis, the main man for Altas. 11 seconds on the shot.
Ball movement on display here for the LPU Pirates. Barba. Daileg. Moralejo overshoots that one. Duremdes. And Duremdes gets that shot to trickle in. .21 lead for Perpetual. Daileg susubok mula sa labas. And that's a rebound for Goho Cruz. MGC to Kenji. Oh, natapikan. Moralejo with a steal. Moralejo takes off and fouled by Goho Cruz.
Just taking the contact there was Moralejo. Quick handstand.
There's that flick of the wrist on that one-hander by Kenji Duremdes. First free throw is up and in for Josh Moralejo. Second free throw is good for Josh. Still a 19-point advantage for Perpetual. Duremdes. Barba with the board. Montano. A steal by Abyss. Abyss all the way.
Good transition baskets. And Jean Abyss, quick hands, playing on the perimeter.
And Coach Gilbert Malabanan wants to talk things over. John Abyss going all the way after completing that steal. And what a game John Abyss has played today for the Altas. He's been doing it from all areas of the court on both ends of the floor. 9 points and 4 rebounds, a steal and an assist. And at this moment, we'd like to greet Dr. Brigadier General Antonio Tamayo, the chairman of the board and CEO of the University of Perpetual Health System Dalta. We'd like to give a huge shout out as well to Dr. Anthony Tamayo, the president of the University of Perpetual Health System Dalta. I don't see Boss Anton here, so huge shout out to the vice president for sports and athletics, Anton Tamayo, as well. Normally sits behind the bench alongside the Altas Angels. But I'm sure they'll be back for the quarterfinals. Montano, Aviles. Barba, tough shot. Moranejo. Oh! What a drop pass by Aviles, and Aviles with a hard fall. The big man is okay. Ganda ng delivery. Aviles.
Kaso ang sama nung landing.
Oh. Tolabot was there, and Aviles thought he'd have a body to lean on.
Yep.
Oh. No rhythm on that shot. Second free throw. Misses both. It only seems like yesterday, you and I covered the first game of the season, and Aviles hit the first field goal of the season.
Off a post-up.
And now we're here. Last game of the group stage or classification round. As Tolabot wills that one in.
More touches for him this game.
Villegas. Abyss with a power rebound. Goho Cruz racing ahead of the pack, but Villegas was there. Angelo Helsano in for the first time.
21 seconds on the shot.
Nakita ni Tolabot, maliit yung bantay, inatake. Goho Cruz. Helsano blocked. Moranejo spins. Orige with the finish.
Good soft touch inside the shaded area. Finishing with touch.
Magdangal, what a pass by Kyle Magdangal, finding Duremdes, but good recovery by Versosa. Barba. Versosa. Triple on the way, too strong for Moralejo. Magdangal. Goho Cruz. Backdoor. Oh! Pass was a little bit too ahead for Mark.
Too sharp. Madalang mo makita sila sana mag-turnover on passing. Oh, gusto ko yung mga players na to eh. I find this term connector. Hindi sila, you won't get wowed by the numbers, but they amplify. Amplify the talents of the people around them. You don't need to call plays for them. Kumbaga, pag nandun gumagaling yung mga kakampi, kahit di shumot nakakatulong.
Villegas almost slips, recovers. Villegas throws it out to Barba. Barba. Dangerous pass. And Palingayan finds a way to score.
And that's a perfect operating word for that. Finds a way to score.
Yeah, he couldn't catch the ball properly. Was under duress. Somehow picked it up.
Basta
willed
shoot.
it through.
Basta shoot.
Kyle Magdangal still waiting for his first NCAA field goal. Barba, wild shot. Duremdes with the board. And it looks like Coach Olsen is going to field in
Borja.
another young man, Borja. Aris Borja, 6'7".
Champion din yan, galing sa juniors.
Borja has seen action once. As Villegas scores on the break. And that's a foul on Barba as he will check out. He and Villegas re-reserva na ni Coach Gilbert Malabanan for the play-in. Re-reserva na. So, looking at the play-in schedule, LPU will play San Sebastian on Tuesday at 11 a.m. November 25 here at the Philoil Center. And the early Christmas gift, a chance, a date with San Beda University.
Well, if you're looking at LPU, they would have the confidence advantage if they would be going up against San Beda dahil tinalo nila sa Rizal Memorial yung San Beda. And that was their best game of the season. And, well, you have to expect that. Parang pag Mapua kalaban, pag San Beda kalaban, pag Letran kalaban, best games parati ng mga teams yung i-expect nila. Kasi championship pedigree. Now, Benilde is getting into that conversation na pagka yung apat na teams na yan, ako personally, if it's Mapua, Benilde, Letran, San Beda, kailangan yung best game mo talagang ilalabas. And that's what they've been experiencing against these teams. Ngayon, pwede mo na rin iba to sa conversation na yung Perpetual, Arellano, since the way that they're playing this season.
So Renz Villegas, not a very good game today, but that's added motivation for him to ball out in the play-in. The first ever play-in in NCAA history. Imagine that, 100 years, 100 seasons without a play-in. And opening this brand new chapter with a lot of new developments, a lot of new situations for all the schools. Abragana missing on that attempt. Now, as for the Perpetual
15 seconds
Altas,
on the shot.
they will wait for the winner between JRU and EAC, which is also going to happen on Tuesday. Borja, stolen away. Casino to Orige, and Orige will lay it up and in.
And if this would be a good jumping off point para kay Orige, he needs to get a lot of points para may confidence ka dun sa play-in. And Perpetual will take care of business here. Mapapatid nila yung losing streak.
Oh no. An LPU Pirate is on the floor, and he's holding on to his right ankle.
Official set.
And that was after a block on Borja.
Oh, yung landing niya. I think he tweaked his ankle talking about Orige.
Mandatory substitution for Asuri.
You see Borja going up for this undergoal stab. Orige.
Landing lang, landing. Ito yung mga ayaw mong makita. Kasi remember, last year against Revisionist, of course, I've been watching my school. Jumel Puno tweaked something in that game against San Sebastian going into the Final Four. So yung mga ganyan yung mga gusto mong iwasan. And it's a tough call din. It's a juggling act for the coaches. Especially you want your players to be in game pace, game shape, and you want them healthy going into the playoffs.
And that was huge. Jomel Puno unavailable.
He was the best player of that team last
Unavailable
season.
in the most important game of the season.
First, for on the offense. 2 free throws of Richmond Casino.
Richmond Casino at the line. Good on the first. Casino missing on the second one. Casinillo. Duremdes. Roluna. Helsano. Duremdes susubok mula sa labas. Roluna to Helsano. Borja.
Passing foul, number 11, Irish Borja. In second.
We're starting to feel the energy as Beda and Letran will get ready to take the floor after this game. As Perpetual will dribble this one out. The three-game losing streak of the Perpetual Altas is about to become history. Coach Olsen Racela and Coach Gilbert Malabanan exchange pleasantries to end this game.
57 for the LPU Pirates in 72 for the win by your Perpetual.
Perpetual finishes in Group A with a 9-4 win-loss card. LPU 3-10. They will face San Sebastian in the play-in for the right to face Beda, while Perpetual will await the winner of the JRU EAC matchup on Tuesday. 72-57 the final score. Perpetual prevails over LPU. Once again, the University of Perpetual Health System Dalta picks up the win against LPU 72-57 to end their Group A campaign with a 9-4 win-loss card. LPU falls to 3-10. They will battle San Sebastian in a play-in for the right to face San Beda in the quarterfinals. We'll take a break and be back with post-game coverage. Don't go away. you're back with us live on GTV simulcast on Heart of Asia, where the Perpetual Altas prevailed over the LPU Pirates 72 to 57. Anton Rojas kasama si Coach Hammer Martin Antonio, and we welcome back to the panel Coach Olsen Racela. Coach, it's been a while. It's been a tough stretch these past 3 games for Perpetual, but you finally get back on the win column. How big was this, Coach, na nakuha niyo yung panalo bago tumungo sa quarterfinals?
Well, malaking bagay yun, Anton, because you don't want to go into the playoff stage ng losing streak. So I told them that, you know, to treat this game as parang playoffs na, and I told them to know what we are preparing for, and I think they did that in this game.
Coach, better execution on your zone offensive patterns niyo kasi for the past 3 games in that streak, panay zona ang ginawa sa inyo, and now you're hitting shots. What are the things that you were working on, especially dun sa long lull going into this game?
Well, yun yung luxury that we have. May mahabang mga breaks, so we had time to really work on our what we need to improve. Binanggit mo na nga yung zone offense, and we were hitting shots, but more importantly, we were really moving the ball dun sa zone. Importante, hindi kami nawala dun sa flow ng offense namin. Hindi kami tumigil. The ball was still moving, and it helped us tonight.
Coach Olsen, prior to today, yung huli niyong panalo was that big triple overtime win against Beda. And during those 3 losses that followed, the conversation was, did Perpetual peak too soon? So what's your reaction to that, Coach?
Well, sinasabi ko sa kanila palagi na, you know, it's not going to be smooth sailing the whole tournament. For sure, dadaan kami sa paghihirap or struggle. And that was our struggle. It's how we react or how we come back within that struggle that will count. And yun yung sinasabi ko sa kanila. And that's why crucial yung panalo na to. One is for our confidence, and like I said, going to the playoffs, you want to be hindi naman at a high, but really confident coming into the playoffs.
And speaking of that, Coach, despite a lot of mga talo, yung effort was consistent. Nagkakatalo lang in the end game. What was noticeable was your defense. Consistent and disciplined throughout the season. Despite losing those games, consistent yung depensa and rebounding. Are you still banking on this going forward?
Oh yes, yun ang strength namin eh. So of course, you have to stick with your strengths. You just have to work on the things you need to improve on. And ano na to eh, nakailan 13 games na kami, so nakita na ng mga ibang teams lahat ng barahan namin. Nakita na rin namin kung ano yung mga barahan nila. So it's very crucial, you know, that we also have a few days to prepare. So malaking bagay din yon. So pero wala, this is just the first stage para sa amin. Our next goal really is to make it to the Final Four.
Ito, Coach Hammer, I want to ask Coach Olsen this as we take a look at the situation moving forward in the playoffs. Prior to Friday, when Mapua and Arellano played against each other, it was still up in the air in terms of the positioning in Group A. Who would finish as number 1, finish at number 2, finish at number 3? Where were you, Coach, and the team when Arellano beat Mapua and you guys just yung number 1 parang hulog ng langit, Coach, nakuha nyo na hindi kayo naglalaro?
Well, we had practice that morning, so before that game. And ang focus really namin was LPU to win this game. Whatever happens in that game, ang focus namin was to win the game. And, well, natulungan kami ng game na yon, so it made things easier for us. But I told them, yun yung last na makukuha naming tulong from whichever team. Kailangan gawin na namin on our own, kung ano man lang kailangan namin gawin. Huwag kami umasa ng tulong galing sa ibang team. But, you know, thank you to Arellano.
At Coach, doon natin nakita yung value of winning early in the season.
Yes, oo. Kaya, dumaan na kami dyan last season. Ang dami mga sayang, close calls. We don't wanna look back and point to this game na dapat pinanalo natin ito, dapat ganito. So that's what I told them early in the season. Kaya grabe yung laser focus sila to start our season.
Ay, sa'yo eh. Kailangan lahat ng panalo na available kunin. Yun lang yung mindset going into this. Coach, going into playoffs, things that you want to tighten on, especially with the matchups right now. Both teams are a little bit more on the outside shooting, perimeter-oriented squads in EAC and JRU.
Oo, well, we have to well, mamaya, papanoorin yung game sa against them. But,
Hindi pinapabackpedal kasi Coach Olsen.
oo pero again, we have to rely on our strength. We have to limit them to the 60s for us to win. Pero, of course, lalo na sa playoffs, it's not just about defense. You know, defense will really be crucial, but it's all the other aspects also. Coming to the game, your mindset, yung effort nyo, yung attitude nyo, and of course, yung game plan. But we'll see what happens.
Coach, are your players and ikaw, not a big deal to you, but on Thursday, it's going to be at the Mall of Asia Arena. Quarterfinals, first ever quarterfinals. What do you think the excitement will be at? Kasi nga, this is the first time we're having this type of a format in NCAA history.
Yeah, well, I'm happy for my team, you know, that they get to play in the big arenas. But, well, nakalaro na kami sa ano, Mo, ano?
Yeah.
Panalo.
Oo. So, and I hope to play more games in the big arenas. Alam ko, Araneta is coming up sa playoffs. But, of course, yung Thursday muna, we're really preparing for that. And I hope we play the same way. We maintain our consistency, especially on the defensive end.
May fringe benefit, mas malapit. Shorter commute.
Oo,
From LPU.
lalo na pag umaga yung game namin.
Shorter commute.
Oo, ang layo
Shorter
di ba?
Tama, di ba? Mas may advantage makakapag-shooting yung mga players.
Yes. Oo.
All right, Coach, you can invite everybody to support you guys in the quarterfinals.
Yes. Well, first I'd like to thank the Perpetual community for all your support. I'd like to invite all of you on Thursday. It's a very crucial game sa atin. Twice to beat tayo, pero of course, hindi na tayo maasa doon. Kailangan makuha na natin sana on Thursday. And we expect full pack MOA Arena there. And of course, gusto ko lang batiin, Mabel Del Mundo, it's her birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday.
All right, happy birthday. Coach Olsen, good to have you back here on the panel.
Thank you.
Congrats, Coach.
Thank you.
Coach Olsen Rosella and the Perpetual Altas moving on to the quarterfinals with a twice-to-beat advantage. We will take a break and back with our coverage here on GTV and Heart of Asia. Nagpapatuloy ang ating live coverage dito sa GTV simulcast on Heart of Asia kung saan nagtagumpay ang Perpetual laban sa LPU 72-57 at kasama namin ngayon ang napili ni Coach Hammer Martin Antonio bilang Best Player of the Game. Kaya naman, Coach Hammer, unang tanong bibigay ko na sa iyo para dito kay John Abis.
Oh, John, better execution ngayon against the zone. Napansin ko kanina, sinasabi ko nga kay Anton, na mas naging focal point ka ng opensa. Pinapasahan yung elbow, nakailang beses kayong execution. Pati nung pagpalit kay Boral, dun pa rin pinapasa dun sa may siko ng opensa. Naging ganun ba yung ine-ensayo ninyo papunta rito sa playoffs dahil sinona kayo ng sinona? na.
Actually, opo. Yun talaga yung pinag-ensayuhan namin. Yun talaga yung pinaggandaan namin kasi yun yung nakita ng mga coaches namin eh. And kami din, yun yung nakita namin na yun yung kulang namin na pag nakakuha namin sa gitna, kailangan namin dumiskarte. Yun yun.
John, kanina kasama namin si Coach Olsen. Siyempre, iba yung mga reminders na binibigay ng coaching staff sa inyo. Pero kayong mga players, paano kayo nag-usap-usap at nag-stay positive dun sa tatlong sunod-sunod na pagkatalo nyo?
Yun. Nagtiwala lang talaga kami sa isa't isa. And kada training, kada tapos, or before, nag-uusap-usap kami kasi nga, galing kaming lose streak noon, 3 lose streak. Then, ang pangit parang ine-ensayo namin. So yun, kailangan talaga namin mag-huddle, mag-usap-usap para ayusin yung kung ano yung problema namin.
Bakit pangit yung ine-ensayo nyo? Bakit mo nasabi yun?
Siguro dahil po sa pagkatalo, kumbaga, di namin ginawang positive. Like, na-down kami sa 3 lose streak namin noon. So yun, pagdating ng ensayo, parang walang gana,
Nadadala nyo sa ensayo?
Nadadala namin sa ensayo. Then yun, yung good thing na lang, nagalit si Coach O. Kasi, kung di nagalit yan, baka nagtuloy-tuloy yung gano'n namin. So yun, thank you sa kanya, nagalit siya.
Brad, okay na
Natauhan kami.
Okay na yung pangit yung ensayo kaysa may pangit sa ensayo. Okay na yun. Magandang tinakbo nyo today, John. At saka ang kapansin-pansin, yung effort nyo consistent. Nakakuha kayo ng mga rebounds, nakadepensa kayo, at especially sa transition. Ito ba yung magiging focus niyo? Kasi mas maliliit yung mga kalaban nyo, either AYAC o JRU, na mahilig tumira ng 3 points. Tinanong namin kay Coach Olsen, ito ba yung magiging preparation nyo? Ano ba tingin mo yung mga pupwedeng maging adjustments niyo being a big team?
Ito yung panalong to, talagang para sa momentum namin to sa quarterfinals eh. Nag-usap-usap na kami about dito and ng mga coaches, sinasabihan kami na kailangan naming manalo dito. Kumbaga, kung non-bearing, kailangan pa rin namin laruin. Di namin isipin na non-bearing to, na kailangan talaga namin laruin to para sa momentum namin pagdating quarterfinals.
John, eto, babalik lang ako dun sa laro against Arellano. Natalo kayo ng 1 point. And there was one play na ako, kinover ko yung laro na yon, hindi ako makapaniwala. Meron kang tira doon at the post na sure ball na eh. Tutukan na. So yung reaction mo, nakita lahat. In your mind, ano yung nangyari doon at paano paano ka naka-recover doon sa ganong klaseng sitwasyon?
Ayun, minomotivate naman ako ng mga teammates ko. Then, ako, kumbaga, inisip ko na, okay, na-explain na to. Kumbaga, hindi ko na ida-down ko yung sarili ko sa play na yun kasi marami pa namang games and mangyayari at alam ko naman makakabawi ako.
Yun yung pro. Ganun sumagot yung pro, ganun maglaro yung pro na tapos na yung tira, nangyari na, next play na. And you've been playing well. Moving forward, ano yung sinong gusto mong makamatch up? Yan JRU o EAC. Yan agad tatanong ko siya, huwag na tayo magpaligoy-ligoy. Between those two, sino ang tingin mo mas magandang kamatch up ng Perpetual?
Parang hirap. Parehas para sa akin kahit sino, kung sino sa kanilang maganda ilalaro sa play-in. Ayun, paghahandaan na lang namin. Titignan na lang namin kung ano yung kalalabasan.
O, sa Martes sila maglalaro. So papanoorin nila coach at ni John.
Yes, coach.
John, yung balikat mo, kamusta?
Ayun, medyo okay na pero may pain pa rin. Pero konting-konti na, like gumagaling naman na.
Grabe, buong season yan. Halos.
Pagpag lang yan.
Pagpag lang.
Shoulder
Weights
flies,
lang,
saka
weights,
overhead
weights.
press. Weights na maintenance lang yan, Brad. Never naman magiging 100%.
Alright, John, pwede mo na nga batiin lahat ng mga nanonood at invite mo na sila na supportahan kayo sa Webes.
Unang-una, thank you kay Lord God kasi binigay sa amin itong panalan to and binigyan kami ng lakas at saka iningatan kami. Shoutout sa mga pamilya ko, sa Abis and Sparago family and kila Boss Anton, Tamayo and kila Sir Alta, kila Tita Rose and sa mga Perpetual community and Perp Squad and kay Boss Gian, kila Coach Jack, kila Tatay Jack, Tatay Bobet, and shoutout sa mga tropa ko sa San Pedro. Then shoutout din pala sa family ko sa Siargao and Surigao, Abis and Sparago family. Then shoutout kay Gab, kay Tita. Ayun lang. Thank you.
Yan lang Walang karugtong.
Wala na.
karugtong. Tinitipid. Pang Final Four daw. Final Four na bate. Doon na kita may pressure rin para maimbitahan ka namin ulit dito. Pipigayin ko talaga. Sinusulit ko na 3 weeks. Last 3 weeks na natin kasama to. Pigain na natin. Pasagutin na natin ang pasagutin.
John Abis with us
Thank
here
you,
on the
thank you
panel.
Kid.
Thank you, Coach.
We will see Perpetual again on Thursday in the quarterfinals. Ngayon naman, puntahan natin si Glycel Galpo na kasama si Mark Goho Cruz.
Thanks, Anton. Kasama ko nga ngayon ang ating super sophomore mula sa Perpetual Altas MGC, Mark Goho Cruz. Mark, congratulations sa inyong bounce back win ngayong araw. Nabanggit mo sa akin, nung nag-start yung inyong losing streak after ng pagkatalo nyo against the Stags, kinausap kayong dalawa ni Coach O. Ano ba yung nabanggit sa inyo ni Abis, ni Coach O? Kwentuhan mo naman kami.
After that game, kinausap talaga kami ni Coach O, kaming dalawa ni Abis kasi yun nga, hindi namin nalalaro kung ano yung A-game namin saka yung ina-expect nila and ang gulo namin maglaro and nag-usap lang kami ni Abis kung paano namin mababalik yun and minamotivate lang din namin yung isa't isa.
Okay, naging medyo challenging of course yung inyong last 3 games bago itong laban nyo ngayong araw, especially sa'yo bilang athlete. Pero sinabi mo nga din sa akin na sinabihan kayo ni Coach O na i-anticipate. Parte talaga yan ng proseso ng laban. May mga araw na matatalo talaga. Pero ikaw, ano ba yung natutunan or na-realize mo after your recent games na dadalhin mo sa susunod nyo pang mga laban?
Actually, yun nga. Sinabi talaga sa amin, ni-remind talaga kami ni Coach O na kahit nung 8-1 pa lang kami, sabi niya na dadaan tayo sa struggle and yun na nga, 3-game losing skid and yung matter naman doon kung paano kami babounce back and thank God na nanalo kami ulit ngayon.
Yes, napakita natin yung bounce back attitude na hinihingi ni Coach O sa inyo ngayong araw. Of course, high morale win para sa susunod niyo pang laban. Pero eto, saan mo ba hinugot yung motivation mo ngayong araw para sa laro na ginawa mo kanina?
Nag-prepare lang ako na maayos kasi sabi ni Coach Olsen din na we cannot afford na yung no-bearing game. And ginawa namin tong kumpiyansa para maging springboard para sa paparating na quarterfinals. And yun na, thank God na binigay sa amin good to be back eh. Ngayon lang kami, 3 weeks, last win namin.
Definitely good to be back and every game matters. Ayan yung isa sa mga natutunan ninyo after your last 3 games. Pero eto, susunod na tayo sa pangalawang chapter or phase ng ating labanan. Ano ba yung mga paghahanda na gagawin mo pa? What can we expect from MGC?
Siguro adjust ko lang din yung shooting ko kasi nag-struggle nga ako sa sa outside shooting ko and lalo na sinozone kami ngayon ng mga kalaban and ready lang ako palagi kung ano man yung ibigay na trabaho sa akin ni Coach Olsen.
Always bringing out your A game for sure.
Yes.
So ngayon naman, before we let you go, this is your chance, MGC, para batiin ang lahat ng mga nanonood at sumusuporta sa inyo.
First of all, I wanna thank God for this win and binabati ko lang yung Perpetual community sa walang sawang pagsuporta and yung Tamayo family. And sa pamilya ko, De La Cruz, Go Cruz family, kila kuya na nanonood. And sa mga tropa ko sa Santa Maria at sa mga boss ko sa Santa Maria and sa girlfriend ko, saka sa pamilya niya, Marcelo and Manansala family.
Okay, there you have it. That has been Mark Goho Cruz. Balik sa inyo dyan, Anton and Coach Hammer.
I love how Mark knows what he needs to work on because kung maging mas consistent si MGC sa kanyang 3 puntos, Perpetual will make it very far in this NCAA tournament.
Mahirap din pagka markado ka na eh. He has been playing really well and we're looking at the numbers, +8 on rebounds, +7 on assists. And on those 8 rebounds, on those +8 rebounds, they converted 22 second chance points. Makikita natin mamaya offensive rebounding numbers, bench points +11. Again, we need to reiterate, malakas yung starting 5 nitong Perpetual. Sila yung nagpo-provide ng a lot of offense for these Altas and it's a good sign na nag-step up yung kanilang second unit.
There we see these numbers won't blow you away.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is the W, as you always say.
Yeah, kunin mo lang yung panalo. Di naman tatanungin paano mo nakuha yung panalo. The most important thing is to get that W, get out of here with no injuries, nothing untoward. You get your full roster, healthy roster for Thursday because that's the most important game. That's what is at stake, the Final Four.
That's 3 full days of practice for Perpetual to prepare for the next opponent in the quarterfinals.
And big plus doon na maglalaro beforehand ng sudden death yung makakalaban nila. So it's either EAC or JRU. With fatigue, playing them, they're very fresh with 3 days of rest.
Ano sabi natin nung nagsimula yung coverage? Matalo na sa lahat, wag lang sa...
Pag-ibig. Pag-ibig pag si Anton Rojas. But for Letranites and Bedans, manalo na. Matalo na sa iba, wag lang sa isa't isa.
Sakit mo naman magsalita, partner.
Pre, yun na nakita kasi baka kung ano pa yung i-mic drop mo dyan eh.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Yes,
Coach Hammer with us here on the panel. And we will be back at it in the playoffs. But coming up next, we have Letran versus Beda. Ready na. This is the last game of the group stage or the classification round. And Martin Javier and Prince Rivero will join you for that one. So on behalf of Coach Hammer, Martin Antonio, of course our director, Raul De Ocampo, our courtside reporter, thank you as well to Glycel Galpo, and all of us from GMA Synergy, I'm Anton Ross saying stick around because we have Beda and Letran. You do not want to miss this one, the last game before the NCAA playoffs. This has been Season 101 of the NCAA Building Greatness.
This is our league. This is the moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama. Dahil together, we own the future. This is our league. This is the moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama. Dahil together, we own the future. Kaya naton kabaelan day-daytoy. Kaya naton ini, kaya ta ini. Kaya naton kabaelan day-daytoy. Kaya naton ini. We own the future. Hindi tayo susuko. Bawat laro buong puso. Maganda ang bukas, it starts today. Kaya mo yan batang NCAA. Ito na ang biggest game ng iyong buhay. Together we'll be flying high. This is our league. This is the moment. Sa puso mo, the sky is the limit. Tara na, magsama-sama. Dahil together, we own the future. This is our league. This is the moment.
It is Sunday game day, and we see fans in red, blue, and white start to enter our venue here in San Juan City. We are inside the Philoil Center for one of the biggest Philippine basketball collegiate rivalries. It is Beda versus Letran, round 2 in NCAA Season 101 of Building Greatness. But before we dive into course, this matchup, the final game of our classification round. We welcome you here in our beautiful venue. Again, this is the Philoil Center. It's been our home here in the NCAA. And we'll also take a look back at the first game result here. It is Perpetual beating out LPU 72-57. Number 1 team in Group A. The Pirates will play in the play-in against San Sebastian in this coming week. John Abbas was the best player of the game with 9 points and 5 rebounds. And that brings us to the final game of the classification round. It is a premium matchup here in the competition, one of the oldest collegiate rivalries we have here in Philippine basketball. Beda versus Letran. Mga kapuso, maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtutok ngayon. Live both on GTV and on Heart of Asia. Everywhere online, nandyan tayo. GMA Sports PH on Facebook, X, and on IG. NCAA Philippines on Facebook, YouTube, and on Instagram as well. Hello, hello, everybody. Good afternoon. We made it to the end of the classification round. My name is Martin Javier. Happy to be at your service this afternoon. Today, I'm working alongside the comebacking Prince Rivero here in the broadcast. It's great to see you back and healthy, Prince.
Yes, maraming salamat dyan, Martin. Siyempre, ako din, happy ako na nakabalik ako ulit dito sa pag-analyze ng mga games natin sa NCAA. Medyo madami-dami ang games na na-miss. Pero, again, what a way to get back into the scene again na Beda versus Letran. Again, one of the oldest rivalry dito sa NCAA. And ito na yung last para sa matches natin for the round. And then, papasok na para doon sa play-in. Excited ako na mapanood ulit itong dalawang koponan na to. Especially, isa to sa biggest game na inaantay natin.
That's right. But of course, we need some stories from the players and the coaches. Ang maghahatid po niyan ay ang ating third member of the crew. This is Chantal Laude, bringing us the news from the sidelines as our courtside reporter for both teams today. Chantal, we'll get to you in just a little bit. We're also excited to know how these teams prepared for this because it is a no-bearing game. Prince, we're set with the rankings already, but we know a rivalry game. Maglalaro pa rin yung dalawang teams natin. They will go all out in this one.
Oh, this is gonna be a pride match. Siyempre, hindi lang players yung nakakaramdam niyan. Lahat ng manonood natin ngayon na nandito sa Philoil Ecoel Center, nararamdaman yung rivalry and inaantay ito. Nakamark na to sa mga calendars nila, kumbaga. And maaga na yan nakabili ng tickets. Yung mga hindi nakakapunta na sa mga bahay-bahay na nila, nanunood, sumusubaybay.
And this is now our playoff picture in NCAA Season 101. Letran, of course, number 3, they will face Arellano, who was the twice to beat in Group A. They did that in, against Mapua. They beat out Mapua in their final game by 4 points to snatch the twice to beat advantage. So that's a challenge now for Letran come the quarterfinals. The Beda Red Lions, though, sitting on top of Group B. And of course, they will face the number 4 team, kung sino pong mananalo dito sa LPU at San Sebastian. The first time they met this season, it was Beda beating out Letran. Again, this is only the second game for both teams. Maaga pa nun. Of course, they're a very different team now at this stage.
Oo, pareha sila nag-reach na ng peak nila. Especially itong Letran, nagkaroon talaga ng span na they were having a hard time doon sa magiging pag-mix nila ng mga players nila na nasa loob ng court kasi parang they can't seem to find their rhythm during the beginning of the season. But Beda, at the same time, nung mga una, ang ganda ng nilalaro nila. But syempre, may mga up and downs din yan all throughout this season. And andito na tayo ngayon sa huling laban, especially rivalry game para laban ng Beda versus Letran. And yung mga star players ng both teams na yan, palagi nilang sinasabi, di ba, na excited sila na makatapat ang isa't isa and inaantay talaga nila yung ganitong matchup.
Yeah, this is the ultimate showcase for the players. Of course, rivalry matchup. You know a thing or two about that, Prince. You've been part of some in college.
Yes.
Pero ito yung pinanggalingang laro nitong San Beda Red Lions. They used, EAC was in this game up until the third quarter, but you know, San Beda started to click big time in that fourth frame. 27-9, they outscored EAC in that.
Oo, dyan siguro papasok yung experience na meron tong San Beda laban doon sa EAC. Again, EAC is a rebuilding team. Pinapakita nila na maganda yung nagiging progress nila all throughout this season and then the season prior to this one. Napakaganda na naging improvement nila. Palapit na sila dun sa goal nila na makapasok dun sa, syempre, dun sa next round natin. But again, iba talaga yung may experience.
Habang ito namang Letran, EAC rin yung pinanggalingan doon. They also beat out the Generals in that game. The final score was 82-73. That was the breakout game para dito kay June Roque. At least in season 101, he scored 15 points to lead the way for the Knights. Mga kapuso, hindi na namin kayo paghihintayin pa. Susunod na laban na. It is one of the oldest and biggest rivalries in the NCAA. San Beda versus Letran. Round 2. Let's turn you over to our Coliseum announcer to introduce our starters.
Magandang hapon mga kapuso. Mula sa Phil Oil Center, San Juan City. Ito po ang inyong NCAA Season 101. Building Greatness. Live ngayon sa GTV at simulcast sa Heart of Asia, Worldwide GMA News TV at may live streaming pa sa gmanetwork.com, NCAA Philippines website, YouTube, at Facebook. We continue on with the last of the eliminations in today's main game in Season 101 Seniors Basketball of your NCAA. Let's first meet the starting five of your San Beda Red Lions. At forward, number 2, Miles Coldora. At guard number 3, Jimmy Reyes. At center, number 5, Joe Celso. The other guard, number 11, Agjanti Miller. And the other forward, number 21, Yukian Andrada. Their head coach is Yuri Escueta. Here now is the starting lineup of your Letran Knights. At guard number 1, Lord Gamad. At forward, number 4, Kevin
Time to meet the
Santos.
starters for both teams. Agjanti Miller making a start today alongside the usuals. Reyes, Celso, Puldora, and their team captain, Yukian Andrada on the other side. For Coach Alan Ricardo Santos, Gamad Estrada will make a start today, along with AJ Buensalida and, of course, Titing Manalili. Our referees, Toti Celeste, Reynaldo Yante, and Alan Manzano. 3 officials with Toti Celeste, a FIBA International referee, as our crew chief for our final game in the classification round. It is San Beda versus Letran facing off dito po sa dulo ng ating first round. Ball is up, game is underway. Letran will get the first crack at the basket here. Prince, it's gonna be interesting how our teams will handle this situation. It's a no-bearing game, but it's a rivalry game.
Yes, and kung makikita nyo yung parehas na grupo, first 5 ng Beda versus first 5 ng Letran, parehas sila ang nasa loob ng mga players. Yung mga pangdiinan nila. Ito yung lineup na nakikita mo pagdating dun sa mga last 2 minutes ng game. Kaya alam natin parehas kung ano talaga yung pinunta nila dito. Hindi siya no-bearing game for them. This is a rivalry game. This is gonna be a pride match. So, they're gonna take it seriously. And again, they're not just playing for themselves. They're playing for the entire alma mater ng parehas na school.
At nandito po ang mga alumni at syempre mga estudyante ng parehong schools natin. By the way, Jimboy Estrada making his third start, only his third start in the competition because he's been coming off the bench for Letran. Here he is with the basketball.
And so far, whenever na nagka-come off the bench itong si Jimboy, mas effective siya. Kung mapapanood natin yung mga games na nagsastart siya, medyo slow talaga ang nangyayari sa mga games niya. I mean, nakikita natin na yung klase ng pagiging player niya siya yung type na panunuorin muna niya kung ano yung nangyayari sa loob ng court and then at the same time, tsaka niya ina-assert yung sarili niya dun sa ano yung kailangan, ano yung kulang habang wala ako dun sa loob. And then dun siya papasok. Kaya siya yung nagiging magandang impact whenever he plays the 6-man role.
Also compared to last season, mas malalim itong backcourt ng Letran Knights. Of
Yes.
course, they have Titing Manalili as their legitimate and bona fide point guard. So si Jimboy, initially gusto ni Coach Allen siya yung magmamando ng second unit. But here, he opens the scoring in the game, shooting over John T. Miller.
Oo, parang pinatutunayan lang ni Jimboy sa akin na kaya ko din mag first 5 and magkaroon ng game na hindi magkakaroon ng slow start.
Jimmy Reyes creating the separation, draws the first foul of the game. It's going to be against Estrada. And now we pass it on to our courtside reporter for the first time in the game. Let's hear it from Chantal Lauda. Chantal?
Magandang hapon, Martin and Chris. The energy is really high for today's rivalry game. But you know what? Whether rivalry game or not, whether no bearing or not, San Beda Red Lions treat all of their games the same. Yan ang nabanggit ni Assistant Coach Andre Santos. Each game for them is a blessing where they have to play hard to stay aligned with their goals. The only difference is that this time is an important springboard as they enter the playoffs. Hani pa nga niya, coming from a winning streak, they want to keep building and riding on their momentum. Speaking of winning streak, one of the top contributors, Brian Sahonia, will have to sit this game out due to sore ankles from playing too much minutes in their past games, as per Assistant Coach Andre. We will also not be seeing Jamel Puno, who is already almost recovered from his knee injury, and he hopes to be back for the playoffs. Yan muna, balik sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Chantal, as we see Jimboy Estrada finishes, and he finishes with the left hand. We hope to see both Jomel and Brian back for our quarterfinals para dito sa San Beda Red Lions. They will be big factors for them in the future as John T. Miller puts it up and in. But we have a player down. This is Joe Celso holding on to his face. Seems like he got hit in the face here.
Hindi ko nakita yung pangyayari kasi nagkakaroon ng ng parang couple dun sa bola eh.
Ito yung crossover and the drive by John T. Miller, taking it strong to the basket. Battle for the rebound. It was Buensalida and Celso before the Miller basket.
Oh, medyo nabagsakan lang ata pero parang hindi naman sinasadya dahil they both went for the ball.
Oh yeah, he's bleeding. Oh.
Tumama ata sa braces.
So, sinisignal niya.
Oo, natamaan siya.
Natamaan siya. So, Joe Celso will proceed to the bench. Early entry para kay Bismarck Lina as we see here, Jomel Puno. That's MJ Vailoses on beside him. Rookie of the San Beda Red Lions. This is another angle of what happened between Buensalida and Celso. Ito. Boom. Yeah, it was the forearm. Dulo ng forearm ni Buensalida tumama sa mukha ni Celso.
Pero again, if you're gonna watch that sequence, they were both really going for the ball. And makikita naman natin na hindi naman talaga na tingin itong si Buensalida kay Celso when it happened. So, we can conclude maybe na hindi siya intentional.
Unintentional.
Oo.
Play continues. 5-4 lead for the Red Lions. Jimboy Estrada. Rainbow 3 is off. Coldora pulls it down. Here is Jimmy Reyes against Manalili. Reyes has been an eye-opener at the point position for San Beda in his first year after playing some D2 in the United States. Miller flips it out to Reyes. They swing it to the corner. Atake si Coldora. Coldora, the fourth shot, short. Miller, offensive rebound, no good on the putback. And here comes Letran. Manalili is on the move. Manalili up and in. Plus the foul for Titing Manalili.
This is the kind of aggressiveness ang inaabangan ng lahat ng manonood natin ngayon dito sa arena. Yung Letran, nag-uumpisa sila with a strong start galing kay Jimboy, and then now you can see Titing Manalili doing coast-to-coast battle all the way and getting the basket and a foul.
He is in scoring mode here in the first quarter. Jonathan Manalili with yet another highlight in his very young collegiate career in the NCAA. Coldora. Reyes against Beda with possession now. Jonty, too strong on the three, has been off the mark from the field so far. He's just warming up.
Oh, but again, balikan lang natin yung offense nitong Letran kanina prior to this Beda offense. I like what they're doing right now kasi ini-involve talaga nila yung big man nila sa ilalim na nagkakaroon ng cross screen and then taking away yung attention ng mga guards na dumidepensa dun sa may bola to give that space dito kila Jimboy and kila Titing.
That's a beautiful setup job by Miller to Culdora underneath. So first 2 points for Culdora. This is Manalili. Jimboy searches. They get it to Gamad. He rattles home the free throw line jumper.
See, that's what I was talking about. The flex screen underneath and then the pin down for the guard is opening up players. Ano? Kasi hindi nila pwedeng pabayaan lang yung big man na nasa ilalim. Pag natamaan yung screen kasi mau-open talaga.
And Letran gets a stop on the other side. 8-7 lead for them. Manalili with contact again. This time it rolls out. Reyes has it. Jimmy. Miller will attack. Miller fouled.
Oh, parehas nakupunan natin ngayon. Ano? Very aggressive when it comes to offense. Lahat sila gustong atakihin talaga yung lanes na binibigay ng bawat isa and at the same time to get fouls from each other.
What a pass coming from Jonty Miller right here, setting up the goal. Then it's Chad Gamad with a rare two-pointer.
Yes.
Kasi usually,
nakatira sa labas. Oh, beyond the arc ng laro nito ni Gamad, ano? May mga games yan na pumupukol siya ng mga 2, 3, 4 na 3-pointers and lahat galing sa labas. Pero kung papanoorin mo yung game niya, it's either he's gonna be playing hard defense or he's gonna be taking those shots from the parking lot.
That's been his main role. So yung talagang 3-and-D guy nila.
Oo, tama. Kumbaga yung role niya, alam talaga niya na dito ako mapupunta. But you know, I like it that they're mixing things up. I mean, kasi mayroon ding scouting report yan para sa bawat teams. No? Kung alam mo na sa labas yan titira, pag pumasok yan sa loob, hindi ka magiging ganun ka-aggressive kasi hindi siya yun.
That's
But
right.
at the same time, he makes the most out of what is being given to him.
Oh, here he is. Passing it to Santos. Kevin Santos takes it strong and gets the continuation.
See how involved the big man ng yung Letran team, ano? Lahat ng atake nila, it's either gumagalaw yung big man nila or nakakahanap sila ng mga silid na butas na space para dun sa big man and nabibigyan nila ng mga magandang drop passes.
It's Letran overtaking here in the first. We have our first timeout. Unavailable today, but of course we have to still commend the performance of Brian Sahonia versus the EAC Generals. This is, you know, a breakout season for Brian, one that we expected ever since he announced his entry here in the lineup of the Beda Red Lions. A season high for Brian against the Generals.
No, from the 12 points per game average niya, no, umangat siya ng 26 points with additional 2 rebounds and 2 assists. And then, may isa pa siyang steal na additional with 30 minutes. So, makikita mo yung quality talaga na pinag-step up niya dun sa game na yun. Especially ngayon, napatapos na itong first round natin, no, classification natin. Papasok na, papunta dun sa play-in parts natin, ano? So, magandang sign yan para dito kay Brian sa kupunan ng Beda.
Again, he'll take some time off, at least today. Hindi siya maglalaro to heal his ankle. Alongside Jonel Puno, naka-street clothes din si MJ Viloses.
Oh, and like what you said, diba, this is a non-bearing game. Ano? So maybe they're thinking smart na wag na natin pilitin kasi manalo or matalo tayo dito, we're gonna still be the #1 in the bracket. So might as well get your rest in preparation for dun sa papasok pa na mas importanteng mga games.
They will face the winner of LPU and San Sebastian in the play-in. Habang itong Letran, again, sliding down to #3 in Group B. And that means they will face An Arellano team with a twice-to-beat advantage. Not only that, finished the classification round on a 4-game winning streak.
Oo, alam natin, yung Arellano, nag-struggle din yan during the first part of the classification, ano? Pero nakuha din nila yung pick nila just in time para umabot sila dun sa twice-to-beat advantage. And again, yun naman ang importante sa basketball.
Yeah.
Yung first 3 quarters, okay, maglalaro kayo dyan. Pero yung huling quarter, dun ka dapat talaga pumukpok kasi yun ang magdedetermine kung mananalo ka or matatalo ka. And at the same time, dun sa classification, yung mga nasa dulo, yun yung mga kailangan mo talagang ipanalo, especially. And that's what Arellano did. They secured the twice-to-beat advantage during the latter part of the classification.
They started 3-6 in the competition, finished 7-6. Reyes Gonzalez is now in the ball game. Agaw ni MDO. And Letran gets it back with the 2-point lead. Chance to compound on this advantage. Manalili. Lots of contact between Omega and Reyes. Si Reyes ang tatawagan ng foul. Fighting off the screen.
Oh, and simpleng ball screen lang yan, ano, na tinatawag nitong Letran. Nakakakuha sila ng fouls and nakakuha sila ng looks na gusto nilang makuha, which napapaggalaw nila yung depensa nitong San Beda.
And para dito sa Letran Knights, number 3 sila. So, maybe they're trying to find some momentum in this game, Prince.
Tama.
Para makuha rin ni Coach Allen yung tamang timpla ng mga players niya bago tayo pumasok sa susunod na round.
I mean, what better way entering the play-in na ang tinalo mo is yung rivalry team.
That's true. Malaking
Boost.
momentum boost,
Momentum
confidence boost. Yeah. Gonzalez, Penny is now in the ball game. John T. Miller nails it from the corner.
Napakaganda ng setup nitong ni Gonzalez para kay kay Penny, with that extra pass papunta ng corner. Opening up itong si John T. Miller.
That's gonna be one of the weapons of San Beda moving forward. Nabitawan ni Santos, pero nilinis ni Mark Denver Omega.
I mean, imagine having a Santos inside and then an Omega on the other side. Kung magbintis ka man, alam mong may isa ka pang Omega na aabang para dun sa rebound.
Too strong for Miller. Manalili has it behind the back pass. Inside, outside. Letran still has it. And they will set things up. Jimboy backs up. Omega inside. Gamad. Manalili. Balik kay Gamad from the corner. Got it. Beautiful play around by Letran.
I mean, yan yung isa sa pinaka-perfect example na pag naging patient ka sa opensa, may makukuha kang maganda. And in that case, they got a wide open Gamad 3-pointer.
But John T. Miller quickly countering on the other side. John T. now has 10 points in the game. 10 out of the 14 of San Beda.
Oh, and this is one of the best opening minutes para dito kay John T. Miller. I mean, he's only played 6 minutes and he has 10 points already for San Beda.
And here he is guarding Manalili. Manalili. Nakalusot! May kasama pang isa.
Oo, titing Manalili really feeling yung emotions ngayon, Napakaganda ng pinapakita niyang offense. Kanina nag-umpisa siya with a good pass.
Yeah.
And then taking a shot for himself and at the same time pumasa ulit. Ngayon sa kanya ulit.
Look at this. Shaking off Miller's defense on his way to the cup. There is yet another highlight for Titing Manalili. Prince, sabi nila sa mga rivalry game na to, yung mga highly scrutinized, maraming nanonood, dito lumalabas yung totoong laro ng mga player.
Oo, very, very true yan, Coming, especially ako, hindi naman ako ganun ka, talagang maingay na pangalan before, but naranasan ko yung mga rivalry game na yan. And sa totoo lang, nagkakaroon ka talaga ng extra boost. Meron kang extrang lakas na nakukuha when it comes to this kind of games.
Dito, may extrang lakas ang Letran Knights sa ating first quarter. They lead at 21-14. Welcome back to the coverage. And that win against CAC. Lumabas yung tunay na laro ni June Roque. This is the June Roque that we know. Mythical 5 June Roque with 15 points against the EAC Generals.
Oo, maaga pa lang ng season natin ngayon. Ano? Pinag-uusapan na natin yung June Roque na pangalan na yan. Na ito yung chance niya sa season na pinaka pwede siyang mag-boom and mag-grow as a player. No? Especially mayroon kang kakamping Ting Manalili na pwedeng hanapin ka anytime and mahahatak talaga yung mga defender to give you those open looks.
Yeah. In a reduced role para dito sa Letran Knights in his first and only year suiting up for Colegio de San Juan de Letran. He is on the bench. He'll make his entry later on. Meantime, Kalimag alongside Songkuya, Etule, pumasok na para dito sa San Beda Red Lions. Sa kabila naman, si Cyrix Silorio, yung nasa sentro. How about this move by Manalili? Fumbles it initially, recovers, and then finishes at the cup. And the Stingray agrees.
Oh, may approval, may nod of approval galing dito kay the Stingray.
Ngayon na nagpakita yan, ha? Yung Stingray, ha?
Oo.
Of course, the Stingray, former member of our broadcast crew dito sa NCAA.
I mean, if you have a mentor like Stingray ng Batak, di ba? I mean, ang dami mong pwedeng mapulot na moves galing dyan sa idol ko rin na yan.
That's an NCAA champion, NCAA scoring champion din.
Legend yan ng Letran.
Legend, yeah. Meantime, Mark Denver Omega operating in the paint.
Oh, making sure his presence is felt.
Ito, libre-libre si Kalimag, pero mintes yung tira niya. Songkuya is disagreeing with the referee. Feeling niya, Letran ang nakahawak. Ito, si MDO continues to work here in the first frame. Starting to make a difference.
Ito yung Denver Omega na kilala natin bago siya napunta ng Letran. Ano? Kasi dati yan talaga yung role niya eh. Kung meron kang hahanapin sa ilalim, siya na yun. Pero medyo nabawasan yung role niya dito dahil siguro ang dami ring players na pwedeng makagawa kung ano yung nagagawa niya na yun.
Malalim kasi itong front court ng Letran Knights din. Estrada, heavily guarded by Gonzalez. It is stolen. Etule unable to pick it up. So Letran will have it with 3 seconds on their clock.
No, that would have been a good momentum push para dito sa San Beda, no? Especially may 2 minutes 38 pa tayo na natitira sa first quarter and they are trailing by 11 points. 9 points.
9 points, yeah.
3 seconds on the shot clock. 3 seconds.
MDO leads the way for Letran. 6 points off the bench in just 3.5 minutes of action. Estrada needs to heave. Estrada knocks it down.
Letran is really feeling it. Napakaganda ng mga opensa na pumapasok para dito sa Letran. Ano? Yan yung nakukuha nila na positive galing dun sa pag-involve ng big man nila nung maaga. Kasi pati yung big man ng San Beda, iniisip, baka meron screen na paparating sa akin. Ngayon, hindi nila alam kung kailan sila i-help.
You're right. You know, the big men of the Red Lions are heavily involved. Kanina pa, simula pa lang nung laro natin, especially on offense. What a pass! Oh! Man, we have to see the pass again. That alone is a highlight already.
Hindi lang yung pasa, pati yung tira.
Pati yung tira.
Parehas eh.
Look at this. Jim Boy with some sniping from long distance. 7 points for Jim Boy. Pero itong Manalili,
Tignan mo yung pasa. Tignan mo rin yung finish.
Ganun din. Pareho.
Medyo baliktad lang yung naging pectus. Oo.
You rarely see that happen. Actually, you don't see that happen.
Oo, back-to-back spin cycles.
So, Mark Denver Omega proceeds to the free throw line. He's been productive today. Alam mo, itong si MDO, kapag hindi siya foul trouble, ano siya, ang laking asset siya sa team.
Oh, and again, very unusual para sa kanya na hindi siya nakakakuha agad ng fouls. But I'm really glad na ngayong rivalry match natin, maganda yung umpisa niya. Kasi ang tagal din natin pinag-usapan and inaantay na makita yung MDO na aggressive both on offense and on defense. And maybe, etong rivalry game na to, papasok ng play-in, dito natin siya makikita, nalalabas talaga.
He's had games na lumalabas yung laro niya but not consistently.
Oo, kasi napipigilan ng fouls eh. I mean, if you're getting in foul trouble, eventually ilalabas at ilalabas ka talaga nito ni Coach Allen. And kung maganda nilalaro mo and makakakuha ka ng mga ganong klase ng foul, mapuputol. Mapuputol yung momentum mo and baka mapigilan yung tuloy-tuloy na magandang laro.
Deo Quahao comes in for the first time. Usually a part of the starting unit. Now will spark the bench. Itong Letran.
Kung etong si Jimboy Estrada, pistol sa perimeter.
Okay.
Pero paminsan-minsan lumolong range. Ito si Quahao, etong sniper.
Sniper.
Oo, kahit na gaano kalayo yan, bibitawan na yan. Kasi alam niya na meron siyang green light na anytime na mawaan ko yung bola and mag-decide ako na tumira from the outside, pwede ako tumira kasi nasushoot ko yan eh.
Specialty na para kay Deo Quahao. Penny Estacio. They count the second free throw, so 2 for 2. But Letran still ahead here by double figures. Ball pressure applied by the Red Lions. Jun Roque, his first touch of the basketball. Ito si Nap Montesilio. Quahao. 10 on the 24. Celorio. Look at the action from Letran. Oh! And it's broken by Montesilio. Roque misfires. You love the weaving action coming from the Letran Knights. Continuous until Montesilio broke into it.
Oo, kasi eventually, merong magkakamali dun sa depensa. And in that case, nakuha niya yung opening dun sa gitna para mahanap yung wide open three-pointer. Hindi nga lang na-shoot, but that was a good offense. Ran perfectly by Letran.
Penny running jumper is off. Over a minute left dito po sa ating opening quarter. Jun Roque guarded by a smaller Estacio. They flip it out. Celorio off the back iron.
Oh, those are the shots they're really looking for. Ano? Yung mga open threes na hindi man nahuhulog ngayon, but those are open shots. And yun ang gusto mo. Kung ikaw yung coach, magiging masaya ka kapag ganun yung mga klase ng plays na niraran ng players mo.
Etule. No. Kalimag. Yes! Finally! Para dito sa San Beda Red Lions.
And it's very rare to see yung mga shooter mo pumapasok sa loob para makipag-agawan ng bola sa rebound.
And it looks like San Beda will let the other players get some burn on the floor, no?
And I think that's the right thing to do. I mean, giving them that experience, yung feeling na nakakapaglaro ka against a rivalry team. Kahit pa sabihin pa natin na this is a non-bearing game, it's still a different atmosphere rather than playing a regular game, especially dun sa papasok ng play-in.
Cross court, Penny, got it! At the horn, Penny Estacio knocks it down. And it's been a mini run.
Oh, just another day para kay Estacio. I mean, yung mga ganyang klaseng tira, paubos yung oras. Sanay na yan dyan.
Quick trigger. Rattles home for Penny Estacio to reduce San Beda's lead into just 5-26. Or Letran's lead rather to just 5-26 to 21. We'll go back for the second quarter of this game. Diving back into the coverage, this is the last game of our classification round. And we have a really good sized crowd inside the Philo Center. Siyempre, San Beda kontra Letran. Diba? Kaabang-abang, rivalry game talagang dudumugin.
Oh, and first quarter pa lang, sulit na yung binayad ng mga manonood natin dito. I mean, kumbaga kung pinunta mo dito rivalry match talaga ang pinapakita nitong dalawang koponan na to.
Yeah. Intensity is up between these two teams. Kalimag rims out, and we begin the second quarter. Same lineups para sa magkabilang panig natin. Dun sa tumapo sa ating first frame, Nat Montesilio has the basketball. He's been the secondary point guard in the past few games, losing the rock. It's a 2-on-2 break. And Etule tried to slam it down, just missed it. But they get it back. But that was a gutsy move by Zed Etule, the rookie.
Oh, yan yung rookie na. Yung galawan, hindi pang rookie eh.
Wow! And that was against Jun Roque of all people. Also a high flyer.
Oh, I mean, what gets them higher even more is knowing na yung bantay mo kaya kang i-challenge. Pero pag naipasok mo yung mga ganong klaseng atake, yun yung talagang bibigay sa'yo nung, kung sinabi ko sa'yo kanina, iba yung extra energy na nakakuha mo sa rivalry game. Pag na-shoot mo yun, baka madoble pa yung energy na meron ka.
Feeling mo, wala, nandun ka na. You'll be in the zone after that one. Okay, punta natin ang ating courtside reporter na si Chantal Laude. Chantal?
We want to impact and dominate with our best efforts and our best energy. Yan raw ang goal ng Letran Knights as for head coach Alan Ricardo coming into this game. Ani nga niya, bawat daw na laro nila, they want to keep getting better. But the only difference now is that percentage that they are playing is at 100% physically. Pero it all boils down to the mind setting to emphasize the three main principles, which are purpose, impact, and consequence. Ani pa nga niya, this game may be a no-bearing, pero kailangan daw nila ito para makabuelo for the play-ins. Lastly, nabanggit nyo kanina, they really are feeling it, the Letran Knights, and this confidence nang gagaling raw yan sa kasabihan na matalo na sa lahat, wag lang sa San Beda. Martin and Prince?
Maraming salamat, Chantal Laude. At mukhang yun ang pinangahawakan dito ng Letran Knights. You know, aside of course from their continuous preparation for the play-in, yun din yung isa sa mga motivation nila.
Oh, and sa lahat ng rivalry game, maririnig mo to. Yung matalo na tayo sa lahat. Huwag lang dun sa rivalry team na kalaban natin. Kasi yan yung pride talaga na nagsasalita na. Kumbaga, ilalaban mo talaga kung ano yung pwede mong ilaban. Doesn't matter. And this is the perfect way, you know, to end itong ating classification match.
Yeah, and Letran has had an up and down season, so this will be a huge up for them going into the play if they do beat San Beda. And it's a bailout. That's a bailout call.
I mean, if you have a John D. Miller holding the ball with seconds to play and the shot clock, you're really gonna have to double him. Giving that opening para dito kay Etule, na nakakuha pa ng konting atake bago maubos yung oras. At may 2 shots pa.
Zed Etule, this is Kevin Santos. Checking back in. Zed Etule, 6'4" rookie from Aklan. Has been a key piece for the San Beda Red Lions, and he has solidified his role in the rotation.
Oo, para siyang para siyang isa pa na Jomel Puno na mas aggressive rumebound, na which gusto natin makita kay Jomel Puno. But in some cases, nakikita naman natin.
Oh, yeah. And they always compare him to a younger Calvin Oftana.
Oo.
Pero nung bata si Calvin Oftana, yung rookie season niya, nako-compare naman siya kay JC Intal. Bago yun. So, yun ang progression as Roque nails the elbow jumper.
Oo, sinubukan siya kanina dun sa pataasan ng talon. Ang sagot ni Roque, meron muna akong mid-range.
John T. Miller being hounded here by 2 defenders. Talagang sinusundan nila si Miller. Penny, 1 dribble pull-up. Celso comes up with it. And Joe Celso is back in the game after getting hurt in the first quarter. Yukian also checks back in.
Oo, kung mga ganong klaseng tama lang, yung may mga konting dugo, rivalry game, ilalaban mo yan.
Celso wasn't expecting the pass. Look at Roque, zoom to the cup, no. And there's Nigel Gonzalez. Gonzalez is on the move. Miller catch and shoot. Too strong. And back the other way we go. It's a 6-point advantage for Letran. We are playing it fast in the second quarter. Kevin Santos takes it to the other side.
Oo, nakakuha niya yung napakagandang separation after nung one power dribble na yun. Tapos kinuha niya sa kabila.
30-22. Letran maintains control. Jonty Miller rises and scores, plus the foul. So more aggression from Jonty Miller, who now has 12 points in the first half. But how about this move by Kevin Santos? He had the quickness advantage against Celso in that sequence.
Oo, pero again, if you have Miller on the other side, hindi ka pwedeng humelt basta-basta eh. So yun ang ibibigay mo talaga. It's either a Santos reverse layup or a drop from bantay ni Miller, giving him that opportunity, di ba?
And Miller completes the three-point play. It's a 5-point game. Beda creeping back up. Almost 3 minutes going by here in the second. Quahao against Miller. Quahao pulls the trigger and Quahao knocks it down.
Oo, kitang-kita mo kung paano siya challenge ni Miller nung pag natanggap niya ng bola dun sa medyo malayo ng konti sa 3 points. Parang sinasabi sa kanya na, sige, itira mo yan. Masyado malayo yan. Hindi mo ba kilala kung sino si Quahao?
Yeah.
Tumitira yan galing sa logo.
Yeah. Unfazed by Miller's defense, and Letran forces the turnover. Jun Roque with the activity. Kita mo to. Deo Quahao right in the face of Jonty Miller.
Yeah, and not even a challenge.
That was an easy look. Practice shot for Deo Quahao. Be Smart Lina is in the game. Montecillo. Roque has it. Wow! No. Rebound, ending up with Kalimag. RC. Reyes. Jimmy! Split the D and got the free lane.
Parang napakadali para dito kay Reyes nung makuha niya yung open lane to the basket na yun. Uncontested layup.
That's a nice move by Jimmy Reyes. Santos. Masyado malakas. Ito si Jonty Miller now. Back the other way we go. Miller takes it. Off to the right. Gets it back. And puts it back in.
Parang naglalaro lang ng 21. Diba? Yung pagkatas mo tumira, hahabulin mo yung bola mo. Pa-follow up mo.
15 na para dito kay Jonty Miller. Oh, they called the blocking foul to the dismay of the Beda bench. This is against Jimmy Reyes. How about this? Reyes splitting the defense and then laying it up and in. Jonty Miller this time following up his own miss. Beda slowly getting back into it. Uy! Cutie cam tayo.
Oo, cutie cam muna tayo kasi again, punuan yan ng
tayo.
Philoel Eco Oil. And hindi lang to hindi lang to pang pamilya at saka mga alumni, di ba?
Tama.
Oo. Pang mga significant others din.
Ganun ba yun?
Oo, significant others.
Perfect Tama. Pang ano to? date day.
Oh, diba?
Diba?
Oh, may mga bata pa tayo nakikita.
Ano
What
pa?
better way to start the youngins early?
Correct.
Diba? Involved
Oh.
sa sports. Oh,
Coach Hammer and his son enjoying the action. Of course, Coach Hammer did the first game between LPU and Perpetual with Mr. Anton Rojas.
oh, parang mas nauna pa na naintindihan ng anak niya na sa San Beda na siya mapupunta bago
Kaya nga
matuto magsalita.
Nakalock in na, no?
No, laki na. Yung anak ko, ganun din eh.
Ganun din.
Oo,
Ano?
yung mama naman. Yung mama naman ang
Okay, okay.
medyo
Green, no?
naglalakal. Oo,
Okay.
medyo dun papunta eh.
Grabe, yung pressure sa mga mga gulang. Oh! RC finally gets one through. And the Red Lions are within a point. Climbing back from 12 points down. San Beda.
Oh, they took it one possession at a time. Inunti-unti nila.
Let's see how Letran will respond. It is with Manalili who is back in the game. 3 to shoot. Inside pass is picked off.
Oh, nabasa
Yeah.
ni Cap yung yung gustong gawin itong ni Titing Banalili.
Reyes, yes! San Beda takes over the lead. Jimmy Reyes with 7.
Kababalik lang din ito ni Titing Manalili sa loob. It's been a while. Simula nung lumabas siya during the first quarter. And medyo nag-struggle makapag-run ng plays itong Letran.
Straightaway 3 is off. Papeño, one-handed rebound, and he gets the whistle. That's
Yeah,
against UPN.
I like this guy. I mean, he's an undersized big, guarding players that are way taller than him, but you can really see him inside, working, banging with the other big guys, and making sure he gets to his spot and makuha niya yung space na kailangan niya para sa mga offensive rebounds.
I like the step-in 3 by Jimmy Reyes. By the way, this is now a 10-0 run for the San Beda Red Lions. They've outscored Letran 14-7 here in the second quarter to take back the lead. This is how good San Beda has been this season. The #1 team in what they call the group of death.
Oo.
And they're showing us why.
And hindi pa masyado nakakahawak itong si Cap Yuki.
Correct. Oh, stolen. And it's a walk in the park for Deo Quao.
Oh, and that's to stop the bleeding, ano? Kung makikita natin, itong Letran, meron na silang press defense.
Pati sila, pume-pressure na. RC. Masyado malakas. Quickly. But stolen by Kalimag. Wala lang ang bola sa kanya. So things are getting more interesting as we see this pickpocket by Deo Quao on Jimmy Reyes. Steal and score. Quao off the bench with 5 points. There's some contact here between Kalimag and Manalili.
Another offensive foul, offensive screen para dito kay Santos.
Offensive foul, number 4, Kevin Santos.
So Kevin Santos will be whistled for this one. His second personal.
Oo, and parehas. Illegal screen.
All players, please proceed to the shaded area
Okay.
in front of
So we'll
the
check
benches.
yung collation neto ni Kalimag at ni Manalili. Okay, we're watching Titing and Kalimag both wearing number 13 jerseys.
As you can see, makikita natin na meron siyang maliit na extra step para habulin talaga yung screen na patamain. And one of the tendencies yan ng bigs, kapag may mga nangyayaring screens, ang instruction sa bigs is to headhunt para to ensure na makakita ng open position yung teammate natin. And sometimes, pag masyado maaga ginamit yung screen, ang tendency niyan is madedelay. Madedelay yung big natin sa pag-set ng screen. So, hahabulin
posisyon,
ng konti. Oo. And dun nangyayari yung mga offensive foul natin. And in this case, tinamaan itong si Kalimag dun sa huling step. resulting to an offensive foul. Pero again, let's see kung ano yung magiging findings ng mga referees natin dito. And they are reviewing the situation do sa sequence na yun kanina. Kung ano yung tama na tawag para dun.
Kasi dito sa nangyari, you're right. It was, again, Santos called for the offensive foul with Kalimag. Medyo natulak siya ni Santos. Dumiretso siya kay Manalili.
Oo. Ang chinek yata nila dun kung meron ding extra na nangyari dito kay Kalimag papunta kay Titing Manalili. Oo. But in this case, wala ata silang nakita. So ibibigay nila yung bola para dito sa San Beda and magi-inbound sila ngayon.
So still, Letran with the pressure. Kalimag hit a 3 earlier. But it's been a rough day from the outside for him. Jimmy Reyes. Yuken, back to Jimmy, back to Yuken. And it's good. First 2 points for Yuken Andrada.
That was beautiful, ano? After ng first screen, walang nangyari. Binalikan ni Yuki for another screen and a short roll. Nakuha niya yung spot na gusto niya, which is dun sa elbow. Isa yan sa mga spots ni Yuki, ano? Bago siya naging talagang outside shooter. Diyan siya kumukuha ng puntos ng mga maagang taon niya dito sa San Beda.
That's an open look. The pocket jumper for Yuken Andrada, the short stab.
And hindi lang siya. Isa yan sa mga specialty ng kuya niya. Oo, sa mga hindi nakakaalam. Oo, si Yutien, naging teammate ko yun nung college. And isa yan sa mga talagang bread and butter ni Yutien. Maliban doon sa mga reverse, yung perimeter jumper, basic sa kanya.
Pero yung reverse yung pinakatumatak.
Ayun talaga. Doon din ako natuto.
Yeah. Reyes pulls the trigger, couldn't find the target. And Kevin Santos initially wanted to make the long pass. Pero ito sa Manalili. Titing goes all the way!
Ayokong i-view to ng pangit, ano? Pero whenever Titing Manalili is scoring more than 10, nalilimit yung sarili niya from looking for his teammates and yung nagiging outcome ng games, hindi po favor sa kanila.
Yeah.
If you're gonna look at the games of Letran, ano? Pag maganda nilalaro ni Titing offensively in terms, what I'm saying is scoring, bumababa yung assist ng Letran and hindi na i-involve masyado yung players na itong Letran.
Lamang ulit ang San Beda dito, 39-38. Ito si Jonathan Manalili. Got it straight to the cup. Lefty layup is good for Manalili, but quickly answered on the other side. Ayan, Manalili now
Very
with 7
comfortable
points.
siya. Very comfortable siya attacking doon sa kaliwa. Kanina, kumuha rin siya ng dalawang basket na may kasamang foul. Papunta parehas ng kaliwa.
Jimmy Reyes answering. A lot of contact. Got the bump, but still able to put up the shot.
Oy, sorry.
Yes.
Nanonood yung mga
Sino?
OG, mga legend, mga Letranistas. Brent Paraiso. Nanonood.
Oy!
Brent Paraiso, si Louie,
Champion
siyang
yan,
lang.
Yan.
Si Tommy.
Diba?
Nanonood yung mga yan.
Mga champions
And
sa
siyempre
NCAA.
si Ira Batalier.
Yun. Former Letranites. Thank you for watching. Hold on. So Letran will maintain possession pero behind sila dito 39-38. They've only scored 12 points dito sa second quarter.
And yung San Beda, kung makikita mo, they're picking up their pace sa depensa na rin. Medyo mataas na rin yung umpisa nila dun sa sa pag-pick up ng bola.
Good recovery by Joe Salza. Gonzalez. Gonzalez to the corner. Kalimag. Ooh! In and out. Nilinis yung labi ng ring. Here's Manalili. Manalili!
Ow!
Extra pass to Santos. What a play!
And that's how he involves his teammate, ano? Ang ganda ng mga atake niya, yung looks niya sa loob. Pwede niya nang i-layup. Pero dahil nag-collapse na sa kanya yung depensa, dun sa last second, meron siyang decision-making palagi na to look for his open teammates as well.
I mean, look at this play. Manalili got the step through. You mentioned it, but made the no-look pass to Kevin Santos.
I mean, the more he involves his teammates, the more na mas umaangat yung energy nitong Letran.
That is assist number 4 for Manalili. Gonzalez at the free throw line rattles home the first. Ito si Nigel Gonzalez has been a defensive guard for San Beda. He usually guards the best player of the other team. That's been his major role for the Red and
Doon
White.
siya nakilala.
Yung scoring, kapag dumadating, kukuhanin niya. Pero pag hindi, yung may ibang gumagana, hindi niya masyado hinahanap.
And you know, isa yan sa mga pros dito para kay Gonzalez. And alam natin na kapag lumakin siya sa depensa, dahil yun talaga yung role na binibigay sa kanya ni coach. I mean, ginagawa niya talaga full-heartedly.
Oh, Manalili makes his move. Feeding Santos for the slam! It's the Manalili Santos show here in the second quarter.
Oh, that was a back-to-back play. Galing dito kay Titing Manalili and si Santos, ano?
Oh, Bonsalida fakes the pass, faking everybody and bangs home the 3.
Pinaasa lang. Pinaasa lang niya yung pasa na yun.
Nagkakagrian na tayo dito sa ating second quarter inside the final minute.
Pataasan ng energy ang labanan dito.
Yeah. This is the rivalry atmosphere. San Beda versus Letran. We have to see this play again. Manalili, the cross, back down on Buensalida. Santos flying in for the hammer.
Oh, yan yung classic Danny Ay celebration, di ba?
Woo. Second straight play. Manalili to Kevin Santos. Raise the roof. But Buensalida, nung fumble niya, parang naging peke na pasa.
Napaganda pa.
Napaganda pa.
Napaganda pa. Kumbaga, nabitawan na, napaganda pa.
This is Manalili at the free throw line. He has 7 points and 5 assists.
Kung isa sa mga umasa na turnover na, nabigo ka pa. Kasi na-shoot pa.
Yun. Pinabanda pa nga ni Buensalida. Manalili goes 2 for 2. No problem on the free throws. 36 seconds remaining dito sa ating first half. Gonzalez will take flight and he draws the foul.
Ay, yung ginagawa ngayon ni Nigel, parehas yan sa ginagawa ni Titing Manalili. Except si Nigel, makikita nyo, pag umatake yan, na nasa loob na siya ng paint, buo yung loob niya na, sige, magkita tayo dun sa taas, i-challenge mo na lang yung atake ko. And if I get a foul, I get a foul. If I don't, then I don't.
Nigel gets the first one to drop. This is SBP Executive Director, si Boss Bear. Miss Erica D is in attendance.
Oh, si Coach E. Coach Erica D.
Thank you, Boss Bear. At napaunlakan mo kami dito sa NCAA.
Welcome.
Pero yung jacket pa rin ni Boss Bear, blue and white, ano?
Siyempre, ganun talaga. I mean, it runs in the blood. Tumatakbo sa dugo niya.
Basti Reyes checking in for the first time. Also, alongside Coach Rick Brook from the Slovakia national team. The coach of the under-16 team of Slovakia. Maybe scouting some talent here as we see this basket from Alejandro. Not Basti Reyes, Alejandro is in the ball game now for Letran.
Oh, beautiful offense ang pinapakita nitong Letran. Ever since pumasok itong si Titing Manalili, ang ganda ng ikot ng bola.
Eugen Andrada. Again, the Red Lions in the quarter with a 3.
Isa lang masasabi ko, Yuki with the exclamation point.
Oh, this is a nice play Gonzalez attacks, but this time he kicked it out to a wide open Yukian Andrada. It's a high-scoring affair in this rivalry game between San Beda and Letran, and we have a close one at the half. 49-46 in favor of the San Beda Red Lions. We'll give you the numbers and the story of the first half and performances from our cheerleading squad sa pagbabalik ng NCAA Season 101 on GTV. the half. It is a 3-point game. You guys are witnessing the performance of the San Beda Red Core at center court. It is San Beda with a 3-point lead, 49-46 at halftime here. And this is Martin Javier and Prince Rivero taking you through this coverage. First quarter highlights natin. It was actually the Letran Knights who got off to a faster start. 26-21 for the Letran Knights. And Jimboy Estrada made only his third start of the season. We saw a lot of plays like that, with Jimboy setting the tone for the offense of Letran. But San Beda countering as well. Jonathan Manalili got on the board. But ultimately, the Letran Knights took control early and led it big. Prince, at one point, they were up 26-14 sa ating first half.
Oo, pero again, this is a rivalry match. Anytime, pwede mag-switch ang momentum. And in this case, nakakuha ng 10-0 run ng San Beda bago nila na-stop yung bleeding with that steal from Leo Quahao.
That was part of Ajonte Miller's big first quarter. He was in double figures already after the first 10 minutes. Chad Gamad na hindi na natin nakita ulit pagkatapos ng first quarter, also contributing for Letran. Going into the second frame again, it is San Beda turning the tables and turning the tide in this rivalry game.
Oo, pero again, Letran made sure na ando dun pa rin sila sa laro by involving itong mga big man, itong City Ting Manalili, looking for itong si Santos ng back-to-back with a jam at one point. Pero yung San Beda, sumagot din naman with the fake turnover and an off-the-glass three-pointer galing kay Buensalida.
That's Deo Quahao also came alive off the bench. RC Kalimag knocking down a triple from the corner. And Jonathan Manalili with 9 points and 5 assists to lead Letran. Jimmy Reyes also was big, following Miller with 9 points in the ball game so far. Ito yung dalawang sunod na play ng Miller or ng Manalili at Santos. Buensalida answering with a 3 here, and then the second play comes in. Kung ilalabas. Ito. There you go. The feed by Manalili to the Santos jam.
Oo, and kung mapapansin natin, yung field goal percentage ng Letran, mataas. Bakit? Kasi na-maximize nila yung bawat atake nila sa loob na after that attempt, nasusot na nila. So wala nang chance para dito sa sa San Beda to get a defensive rebound and makatakbo. Pero yung San Beda naman, nag-stick lang sila sa kanilang sistema and nakakakuha pa rin sila ng mga wide open looks na gusto naman nila talaga yung mga klase ng shots na nakukuha nila from Letran by, again, sharing the basketball and, making sure na umabot yun dun sa tamang tao at the right time.
3-pointers made a difference as well for the San Beda Red Lions. That's why they're in front here at the half. They've nailed 6 3-pointers already compared to the 3 of the Letran Knights. They've also dominated the boards 24-13, which is same theme with their first matchup in the season. They out-rebounded Letran 51-36.
Oo, and itong Letran, mas gumana itong mga big man ng Letran, dahil na kukuha nitong ni Titing Manalili yung help side nitong San Beda. Kaya mas nakakakuha sila ng mga open looks underneath, and that's why mas mataas ang points in the paint ng Letran over San Beda. But itong si San Beda naman, nakakakuha sila ng mga magagandang perimeter looks by involving itong si Yuki and the other big guys dun sa mga ball screen nila and a good roll, short roll, nakakuha sila ng mga open perimeter shots nila.
You mentioned the big men of Letran. A combined 15 points for Kevin Santos and MDO. So 9 points para dito kay Kevin Santos. But, okay, you mentioned earlier, scoring para kay Manalili pag mataas, usually hindi maganda yung nagiging outcome para sa Letran Knights. Pero dito sa game natin, ginagawa niya pareho.
And I mean, again, it's a rivalry game.
Yeah.
So, like what you said kanina, it brings out the best out of the best players ng parehas na koponan natin. And in this case, Ajonte Miller, first half, meron na siyang 15 points, although medyo naging quiet siya dun sa latter part ng second quarter natin dahil medyo nag-boom din yung mga teammates niya by setting them up. And at the same time, ito namang Letran, hindi lang si Titing ang naglalaro ng maganda. Kapapasok ni Deo Quahao kanina, he hit three-pointer from the parking lot, di ba? Itong si Santos, ang ganda ng mga dukot niya sa ilalim, ang ganda ng setup sa kanya ni Titing. Titing nakakuha ng mga open looks. So parehas na kuponan natin, makikita natin na nag-elevate yung mga laro nila and nailalabas nila yung best out of each other. Ito yung mga klase ng games na dapat, instead na nanonood ka sa bahay, pinupuntahan mo para masulit mo nga naman talaga yung rivalry match kung tawagin.
We thank you for watching the NCAA Season 101 on GTV and on Heart of Asia. Online everywhere, GMA Sports PH and NCAA Philippines. San Beda versus Letran. Second half is underway. Jimboy Estrada snipes from mid-range. So Jimboy now has 9.
Oo, ganyan-ganyan din yung ginawa ni Jimboy. Kanina nung umpisa ng laro. Pinakitaan agad itong San Beda ng kanyang specialty.
That's his first 2 points since the first quarter. Talking about Jimboy Estrada. Reyes inside. Celso, no. Gets it back. And for the San Beda Red Lions, big second quarter for them. We'll see if they will be able to maintain their level of play. Pocket jumper is off. Again, the boards belong to the San Beda Red Lions. John Tinelli splashes in a 3.
Dito magkakaproblema itong Letran. Pag binigay nila ng ibinigay yung rebound dito sa San Beda, alam natin na isa sa mga strengths ng San Beda is itong rebounding. Na pag nakukuha nila yung number of rebounds na nire-require nila sa isang laro, maganda ang nagiging outcome. And in this case, nakakuha sila ng wide open Yuki short corner jumper na nag-lead dun sa corner open three-pointer nito ni John T. Miller.
And Letran turning the ball over. Not exactly the start they had in mind. Jimboy Estrada right here off the screen with a pull-up. And on the other side, John T. Miller had time to take this 3. 52-48. It's an open look. Yukien ilalapit for a more open look. Jimmy Reyes flashes home a 3, and he is in double figures with 12.
Yan yung experience decision making. Nakita niya sa ilalim itong si Celso na wide open, pero mas open si Reyes.
They're calling a block against Jimmy Reyes. But yeah, you're right. Libre si Yukien, ipinasok, may bantay, mas libre yung Jimmy Reyes.
I mean, alam din naman natin na pag nahulog ang tira ng San Beda sa labas, maganda rin ang nangyayari para sa kanila. So kung papipiliin mo nga naman ng San Beda with a wide open drop pass or a wide open 3, alam naman siguro natin kung kanino sila pupunta.
Jonathan Manalili at the free throw line. 8 3-pointers already for the San Beda Red Lions. In the season, they're averaging 26% as a team. Manalili with 10 points.
Sorry, 26%.
Yeah, as a team, 26.
From 3.
From 3.
From the 3.
From 3 ball. Yeah. And that's actually one of the highest in the league. That's number 5 as Celso scores underneath. Miller was looking for a foul. Some color underneath the basket between Santos and Miller. Alejandro misses. Crowded by San Beda.
Yan yung tense na nararamdaman. Hindi lang ng mga players, kundi pati tayo.
Oh. Reyes misses. Jimboy has it. Estrada against Cordora. 2.5 gone by. Cordora steals it. And here he is. Nakabuelo. Yes. Now let's use this chance to go courtside with Chantal Laude. Chantal.
Martin and Prince coming from the halftime huddle of the Letran Knights. Coach Alan Ricardo said that he was happy with how the team was playing offensively with a 54% field goal percentage. Pero in his own words, sa depensa, sablay mga Brad. Sabi pa nga niya, the San Beda Red Lions were capitalizing on the second chance points. That's why what he wants to see in the second half is disciplined defense. Ani ni Coach, hindi raw pwede na palitan lang sila ng puntos. The Knights have to dictate their tempo. Last reminder from Coach, he wants pressure on one-on-one defense and he wants the Knights to crash the boards and do more rebounds. Yan muna, balik sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Chantal. Well, so far, dito sa ating third quarter, hindi nakuha nitong Letran team yung instruction si Coach Alan Ricardo. At least, they're unable to follow it with this play coming from the San Beda Red Lions. Oh, John D with a highlight! Wrap around in the left delay.
Prior to that play, Martin, Letran is trying to get into a Jonty Miller's head.
Yeah.
Doon sa inbound play pa lang na yun, may contact na and nakita natin na medyo nagkakaroon ng konting salitaan sa ilalim ng Pero back-to-back Jonty Miller baskets with a highlight wraparound layup.
Jonathan Malilili answers back with a banker on the other side. It feels like they've woken up the beast here. Talking about Letran and Jonty Miller. That's a foul on Chad Gamad.
Oh, and again, nung nakausap natin itong si Jonty Miller, sinabi niya rin sa atin na mas gusto niya yun. Mas gusto niya na china-challenge siya nung depensa, na tinatry nila na, oh, you're trying to get my head, diba? That's what I like. That's what keeps me going and makes me want to push even more.
Balikan natin yan pagkatapos ng timeout. Magandang topic yan eh. Okay, timeout muna tayo. Balik sa ating laban. And Miller time came early here in San Beda versus Letran. Look at the stop and take by Jonty Miller and the highlight afterwards. Jonty on the move, wrapping it around and then laying it up and in with the left hand.
Oh,
Prince.
but again,
Yeah.
that's a highlight play. Pero hindi ako sure, Kasi meron ng bagong rule ngayon na on a hop step, dapat sabay maglalan, di ba? Oo, meron tayong rule change sa ganyan. But in that case, hindi natawagan ng referee. So baka that was a good move. Again, that's a highlight play. And props to Jonty Miller, for being aggressive dito sa start ng second half natin para iparamdam dito sa Letran na we mean business. This might be a no-bearing game, but this still is a rivalry match.
23 points now, 24 for Jonty Miller. Usually kasi, Prince, nonchalant ang demeanor nito ni Jonty Miller. Pero nakukuha niya yung numero niya. Pag ginising mo siya, naku.
I mean, kahit sinong dragon, pag ginising mo naman, in this case, Leon, in this case, pag ginising mo, talagang nag-iinit yan.
And Sandera forces a stop. Jenny Tule picks it up. Red Lions are ahead by 13. Letran will try to counter.
That was a beautiful pressure defense galing dito sa Letran. The moment na tumawid yung bola, ito kasing half-court line na yan, that's a trapping zone. Kasi additional defender yan eh. Hindi ka pwedeng lumagpas dyan dahil makakakuha ng turnover which is yung backcourt. So you have two guys defending you, pressuring you, and then hindi ka makaka-step ng mas malayo. So wala ka talagang space. Na-force nila ngayon yung turnover.
Jonathan Manalini taking matters into his own hands here in the third.
Oo, yan yung defense turns to offense kung tawagin. After getting those pressure defense turnover, forced turnover, makakuha sila ng wide open three-pointer para kay Piting.
Athletic layup misses for Gonzalez. No look pass. Santos straight to the cup. And the foul. So Manalini again is making things happen for Letran. Crossover drive and the glide off the window. And then nailing his first triple of the game right here for 16 points.
Okay, the play prior to that, yung kumanan siya with the finish. That's very unusual para sa akin. I mean, isa sa mga strengths na tinititik Manalili kung papanoorin mo or aalalahanin mo, lahat ng mga moves and highlights na naganap during the first half, lahat puro sa kaliwa. And in this case, pumunta siya ng kanan. And yung isa isang atake na, yung dalawang atake na ginawa niya papuntang kanan, isa doon nilayap niya, yung isa doon pinull up niya from the 3, and isa pa ulit na ibigay niya ng magandang pasa. So, paano mo didepensahan ngayon si Titing Manalili?
You can only try. 16 points and 7 assists for Manalili so far. That's Jun Roque poking the ball. And it stays with San Beda. They are ahead by 7. But Letran is coming alive here in the third quarter. Penny sends it out. 2 to shoot. He needs to take it. Oh, but there's a whistle. Wow! There's a foul. There was only a second left on San Beda's shot
But that
clock.
was a bailout. That was a bailout foul.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want that to happen. They only have 1 second left for the shot clock violation, and then you bail them out with a nonsense foul.
Yeah. Gonzalez hop off the glass and in.
Yes, and that's what I mean earlier when I was telling you about the hop, na dapat mag-land ka both on your feet at the same time. That was a beautiful move galing dito kay Nigel Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, his second field goal in the game. Or make that, yeah, only his first pa na. Manalili mid-range, left it short. And here comes Nigel Gonzalez. Gonzalez with a rock, stolen by Santos. Ahead for Roque. Watch out, below! Jun Roque with a breakaway jam. And a big play for Letran. Back to the coverage. Nigel Gonzalez with the hop and the hoop in this sequence. And then he lost the basketball, leaving Jun Roque.
Oo, pero ang ganda ng presence of mind itong ni Kevin Santos doon, ano? Galing siya sa nakatalikod. Pero nung napansin niya na medyo nag-out of control itong si Nigel Gonzalez, he was already there to pick up the ball and, you know, to set up that fast break play para dito sa Letran. Siyempre, kailangan nila yung fast break play na yun. Again, medyo nahihirapan sila to get back dito sa game kasi yung San Beda nagkaroon ng run early in this third quarter. Ano? Napakaganda ng umpisa ng San Beda.
But what a game so far. Ang dami nating highlights dito sa laban na to. 67-60. Play is broken up. Gonzalez recovers. 12 to shoot. Kalimag. They send it out. Penny will be pressured. RC to the corner. Gonzalez for 3. Too strong. Manalili has it. He has Estacio to beat, and he gets tripped.
Tingnan mo yung timing dyan ni Estacio.
There's no trip.
Oo.
Off foot. Etong si Jonathan Manalili.
Saktong-sakto lang yung timing nito ni Estacio dun sa kanyang pagsundot na nawala sa balanse itong si Titing Manalili, ano?
So 7-point game still. Yukian brings it across. Ball pressure still applied by Letran. This is a playoff intensity we are enjoying in this game. Benny Estacio forces the issue and draws the foul on Jun Roque.
And you know, that's the perfect way to do it. Masyadong mabilis yung pace ever since pumasok sila Benny Estacio, ano? And to get to the line, that's how you slow things down.
Yeah.
And once you slow things down, you get to, like what happened now. Si Yuki ginatid niya kagad yung mga teammates niya, no? Para siyempre makapagpahinga and at the same time to relay yung mga instructions siguro na ibinigay sa kanila. And that's how you slow the game down. It's fast, pero controlled. Diyan papasok yung experience.
That's true. Again, San Beda won the championship a couple of seasons ago. Season 99 champions. Yung iba dito, nakasama pa dun sa championship na yun. Santos, Manalili, Roque now, puts it on the floor. Balik sa labas. Topside 3 is off. Omega. Offensive board, Santos, ibabalik sa labas.
Ayan yung role nito ni MDO, ano? Yung mga offensive rebound na gano'n. Imagine having Kevin Santos popping out after that screen, pero mayroon ka pang isa pa na nag-aantay sa loob.
Good finish from Kevin Santos, cutting the lead down to 6.
Ito yung lineup ng Letran kanina na nagkaroon ng run. Nung nagsabay si Omega at saka si Santos.
Bismarck Lina. Basket is good. And the foul.
Kailangan nilang ingatan itong si Kevin Santos. Again, maganda yung nilalaro ni Kevin Santos, pero yung fouls ang nagiging problema niya.
Isa sa mga asset niya itong lineup ni Coach Yuri Escueta. Sobrang steady yung mga point guard niya. As we see here, Brian Sahonia on your screens again. Missing the game today with ankle soreness. Kasi yung ibang team, pag ginamit na, dineploy na ni Coach Allen yung mahabang lineup ng Letran, ang daming nahihirapan as we also see Jomel Puno here sitting this one out with a back injury.
I mean, talk about the deepness nitong parehas na bench, itong San Beda and itong Letran. Kahit sino ipasok mo, kumbaga parang walang panapon. Lahat sila kayang mag-perform to the highest level na ine-expect ng parehas na coaches natin.
MDO getting the hoop on the other side. Bismarck. Lina. Talimag. No. Ito na, si Manalili. Manalili. His dribble broken up. Hit ni Deo Quahaw sa ilalim.
That was a good recognition. Galing dito kay Titing Manalili. Maaga pa lang hinihingi na ni Quahaw nung makita niya na mas maliit yung bumabantay sa kanya. Nag-decide siya na sa loob siya magstay. And in that case, nakakuha siya ng mismatch for that easy two-pointer.
Another miss from the outside for RC Kalimag. Manalili lobs it up. Then Roque completes the alley-oop.
Again, babalikan natin. Ito yung 5 ng Letran na nag-run during the first half.
RC open look. Wala pa rin. Reyes will set the table. Jimmy. Pull-up. Jumper. No. Rebound by Roque. And Letran has a chance to tie or take the lead before we enter third.
And Letran's gonna decide to, slow things down and get a good offense instead of getting that 2-4-1.
Manalili straight to the cup. And we have our third deadlock of the game, 70 all.
But I guess that was the perfect decision. Galing dito kay Titing Manalili, Last shot para sa San Beda.
10-0 run for the Letran Knights. 2 seconds. You can! No! And that's all she wrote in the third quarter. Jonathan Manalili is doing it all for Letran. This time making the pass to Jun Roque for assist number 10 para kay Titing. A double-double for Manalili. 18 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists. And the basket to tie it all up. 70 all. Letran with a massive run to even things up. Great finish ahead. Ito po sa rivalry game ng San Beda kontra Letran. Huwag kayong alis. We welcome you back to the coverage inside of Philoil Center in San Juan. San Beda versus Letran, round 2. And we have an NCAA legend in attendance. NCAA champ, finals MVP, brand new!
Oh, isa pa sa mga OG na mga Letranista, yung mga nag-solidify talaga ng pangalan nila dito sa Letran.
Of course, it's been a great game, by the way. Quarter scoring natin, Prince. Humabol ang Letran sa scoring sa third quarter. Nalagpasan pa ang San Beda.
Again, yan yung sinasabi kanina na yung momentum, hindi natin alam kung kanina pwede mapunta. Dahil parehas komponan natin, may malalim na bench and parehas capable of leveling up their games to the highest level when it comes to rivalry games ng ganito.
That's right. And the Red Lions are starting to miss from the outside. 2 out of 8 here in the second half. Manalili, 8-0 run to end the third for Letran. Let's see how they'll begin this quarter. Wow! Off to the right, Miller. Skies high for the rebound, but there was a whistle first.
Ito yung mga pwede mong makuha kapag may MDO ka sa loob. Diba? Meron kang MDO sa loob na nakikipaglaban doon sa rebound. Imagine mo nakuha na ng San Beda yung yung defensive rebound, pero nakakuha pa siya ng foul, giving back the possession sa kanila.
Yeah. When he was with Perpetual, he was one of the best. At least top 2 yan pagdating sa offensive rebounding natin sa liga. Sila ni John Abis noon. But stolen by the Red Lions. Not a good inbound for Letran. Miller caught fire in the start of the third. Jonty misses. Buensalida securing the rebound.
Oo, si Buensalida at saka si MDO, binabox out si Celso. Paano mo bibigyan ng chance na kumuha ng rebound yung San Beda? And you know, this is what Letran has been doing the entire third quarter. Nililimit nila yung San Beda sa isang attempt lang.
And Letran is back in front, 72-70.
And babalikan natin, ito yung makikita natin pati sa bench ng parehas na team kung gaano ka-involved yung mga nakaupo rin doon. Even them, feeling yung energy ng nasa loob and yung celebration.
Eugen cashes home a three-pointer to give the lead back to the Red Lions.
Pamatay, sunog itong si Kapitan.
That was after a 10-0 run by Letran. Tama ka. And put out the fire for San Beda.
Oo, kailangan nila yon.
There's Manalili. Kaboom! A nonchalant 3 for Jonathan Manalili. 21 points for Titing. Feed inside. Puldora. Wala. Ito na si Manalili. Manalili. It sticks with Letran. How about this? The flip out. Roque, 2 dribbles off the glass. And then Jonathan Manalili. Ito muna yung 3 puntos ni Eugen Andrada, letting it fly. But Manalili deciding to shoot. He had some space. Why not?
Okay, balikan natin yung tira na yan. Si Quahaw kanina pagpasok niya, nung napunta siya kay Ajanti Miller, hindi rin jumaling si Ajanti Miller. Siguro talagang sinasabi niya na nakikipag-mind games din siya na hindi mo yan masushoot, itira mo na lang. Same thing, ginawa rin niya kay Manalili, pero parehas pumasok.
Parehas pumasok. Tama. Risk did not pay off for Miller. Montecillo left open. A little bit too strong. They get it back. Back to net. Wala pa rin. Rebounded by Reyes as we go over to our courtside reporter. As si Chantal Laude. Chantal.
Martin and Prince, in such an intense rivalry game, the team with the better defense is which team that could have a better chance in winning. Kanina nga before the second half started, ang reminders down ni Coach Yuri Escueta is to deliver better defensive coverage and to adjust their defense against Letran Knights Titing Manalili. Before starting the second half, assistant coach Andre Santos echoed the sentiments of Coach Yuri, and he said that the last 4 points of their opponent is because na-underestimate daw nila at hindi nila nabigyan ng defensive strategy si Titing Manalili. Kaya naman ngayon, balikan na lang natin ang isa pang sinabi ni Coach Andre kanina na dapat daw magpadala and magpa-rightful si energy ng San Beda Red Lions to have a better chance in winning. Yan muna, balik sa inyo.
Thanks, Chantal. That's Deo Quahao knocking down a big three to extend the lead to 5. 78-73. At ngayon, we'll see. From the report, the instructions were for Titing Manalili. Now he's not on the floor. We'll see how San Beda will take advantage. It was John T. Miller who got the 2 points.
Oo, kasi siyempre itong si Santos, nakita ko inassign siya ni Coach Allen dito kay Yuki at sinabihan siya na huwag ka na humel. Kunin mo na lang si Yuki. And in that case, mababawasan ng help dun sa mga umaatake player ng San Beda. And nakakuha si John T. Miller ng isang drive to the basket. Yun yung impact nito ni Cap Yuki, ano, na kahit na wala siyang ginagawa, nakatayo lang siya doon. Nakakahatak siya ng defender sa kanya, opening up his teammates.
That's right. John T. Miller with the athletic move.
Oo, nasa kaliwa na siya pero pakanan pala yung finish. Ganyan yung mga galawan ni Anton Rojas. Napapanood ko sa social media. Ganyan yung mga moves niya.
Naaawa ako sa mga kalaban niya sa mga liga. Kasi talagang katawan no?
Oo.
Binubuhat niya lahat.
Oo, ganun talaga.
Yan. This is Salida knocking down the first. Pag pinanood niyo po yung mga highlights ni Anton sa...
Nakita ko yung mga highlights ni Anton.
Diba? Wala, bubuhatin kayo nun. Pwede niyong yakapin. Pwede niyong sakyan.
Oo, pero nasa sa inyo na yun. Kasi rest assured, kayang-kaya po kayo niyan na dalhin dun sa taas.
Basket yun. 2 for 2 for Salida. 80-75. They're feeding Jonty now. Difficult shot. Lots of contact, but no whistle. Montesilio.
Pinababayaan na ng mga referee natin itong players na maglaro. I mean, this is a rivalry game, so might as well let them play like it's a rivalry game.
Time is going by really fast here in the fourth quarter. Almost halfway done.
Letran, lamang ng 5.
Jimmy Reyes. Lalabas kay Gonzalez. He will back up. Gonzalez sizing up Montesilio. Pinura si Montesilio. Wala. Rebound. 2 players. Montesilio and Celso on the floor. And we get a jump. Goes to Letran.
The smallest player inside the court and one of the tallest guys inside the court fighting for that loose ball rebound.
Okay. High School Dora checks back in for Jimmy Reyes. Now, with 4:59 to go, Prince, a chance for Letran to create some more separation. Pero dito rin mga susubukan ng San Beda yung karakter nila as a team and also as the #1 team right now in Group B. If they can get back from this hole.
And also, wala si Titing Manalili.
That's right.
Paano nila dapat ma-maximize itong time na wala si Titing? Kung habang wala si Titing, gumagawa ng mga magagandang plays itong Letran.
Yeah. Salida over to Quahao. Continuous play here in the fourth quarter. June Roque off the glass. It's off. Jonty Miller has it. Miller. Celso to the cutting. Kuldora. Pineke. Sent back by Santos.
Parang nakita ko si Dikembe. With a head shake and then the finger whack.
Look at this.
No, nadali niya kanina si Santos ng isang fake at nakuha na ng foul. Pero hindi niya na naulit ngayon. Learning from his previous mistake.
75-80 is the score. Gonzalez misfires again. Salida saves it. And Letran has Jonathan Manalili back on the court. Titing against Gonzalez. Oh, what a play! But they send it back out.
Oo, pinakakaba tayo ng Letran.
My goodness, Manalili! No.
Oh, that would have been 3 points to the heart
Yeah.
if that shot went in. Derecho.
Miller! Yes! Jonty with a big three!
Yung kanina kasi if lang daw. Pero yung kay Jonty, tinuluyan. Well, nangangailangan yung San Beda ng basket kasi it's been a minute and a half, I think, or more, na wala pang nakakashoot sa parehas na koponan.
Yeah. 2-point game. Roque gets the bounce. Roque now with 10 points. Good follow-up from his 15-point performance against EAC. And again, it's Jonty Miller taking over for the Red Lions here. 29 already in the game. And how about this move? The cross and the step back for Jonty Miller. And June Roque right here, moving without the basketball, Prince.
Oo, and again, isa yan sa mga strengths nito ni June Roque. Ano? Hindi lang siya pang offensive rebound. Kasi yung mga sneaky cuts to the basket, mga backdoor cuts niya, nakakakuha siya dun eh. I mean, whenever nalilingat yung bantay niya, meron siyang movement. So, isa yan sa mga type ng players na mahirap bantayan. Kasi hindi ka talaga pwedeng basta-basta na mag-look away.
Yeah.
Kasi yun yung mga smarts ng mga players na hindi basta-basta natuturo. Kasi experience yan eh. Experience yung mga ganyang klaseng bagay. Na again, nakakuha si June Roque kanina ng alley-oop play mula kay Manalili. And yung mga offensive rebounds niya.
Is he on the line?
I don't know. I mean,
that's incredibly close.
oo. Very thin line.
Oh, yun yung literal, no?
Oo.
Di mo makita yung gap kung meron. Okay. The season high for Jonty Miller is 29 points. Dito niya ginawa. Is it gonna be reduced down to 28? Okay, sabi ni Toti Celeste, crew chief, just a two-pointer.
Okay, so question.
Jonty
Nakita natin sinabi, in-announce ni Ref sa committee natin na 2 points lang, di ba? Pero tinanong niya si coach na parang, coach, 2 points lang po pala yung 3 points. Paano kung nag-disagree si coach? Mababago ba yun?
I think it's
information na
information yan.
2 points na lang yan, ha?
Yeah. Confirming yun dun sa review. So sabi ni Miller, sige, gawin na nating 30.
Gawin na natin.
30 points today. A season high for Jonty Miller. 82-79 is the tally. Manalili against Reyes.
Ito na naman po ang play ng Letran na ini-involve yung bigs nila para makakuha ng open lane to the basket.
Just missed it. And here comes Jimmy Reyes.
Oh, ayan yung flex screens nitong Letran, ano?
Miller. Miller time. No. And there's a foul against Itule.
Ito yung epekto ulit. Babalikan ulit natin yung epekto ng MDO at Kevin Santos na sabay na nasa loob. Ang hirap kuhanan ng rebound kasi parehas sila nagtatrabaho makipagbanggaan dun sa mga big man just to secure that defensive rebound and not give San Beda the chance for another attempt.
That's right. Manalili has the basketball. And this is going to be an offensive foul. It's called on the screen. Yeah, against Mark Denver Omega. Second team foul against the Letran Knights. And again, only 5 fouls in total called here in the fourth quarter. Kaya mabilis yung quarter natin. That is
Oo.
Jimmy Reyes. Di ba?
Ang diin ng laro dito sa fourth quarter, pero kukunti yung foul shot. Makikita mo na hinahayaan ng mga referees natin na maramdaman nila yung pakiramdam ng rivalry match.
Jonty finishes at the rim. 32 points for Miller as we enter pressure cooker time. In this game between San Beda versus Letran, the final 2 minutes, 1-point game.
If there's one word, if there's one sentence na pwedeng, or one phrase na pwede nating makuha dito sa game na to, highlight farming.
Yeah.
Para kay Titing at kay Ajanti Miller.
Manalili misfires. Omega collects. Recycled shot clock for Letran. Manalili, 6 to shoot. Manalili, the crossover, and the lefty layup is good.
It's the Manalili-Miller show.
Yeah. What a duel here in the fourth quarter. Jonty Stern. Miller. Nakapigan! Stolen by Letran. A crucial stop for the Knights. And Manalili. Final minutes. 23 points for Titing with 11 assists. 5 to work with. Oh, there's a whistle against San Beda. Not what they ordered. How about this? A difficult drive by Jonty Miller. Looking for a whistle afterwards, and then Jonathan Manalili. Again, the change of direction against Jimmy Reyes on his way to the basket.
Oo, parehas sila shifty, parehas silang scorer, parehas silang slasher. Ang difference lang, mas nai-involve ni Titing yung mga teammates niya, kaya hindi mo alam kung dapat ba humelp ka o magsistay ka lang sa kanya. Kasi kung hindi ka help, ililayup niya. Ngayon kung humelp ka, yung teammates niya na na-open, sila naman ang susut.
Jonathan Manalili has taken over the game. 25 points, 11 assists for Letran's young star. Welcome back to the coverage, and Jonathan Manalili. It's been a takeover for Titing here in the fourth quarter, and in the final 2 minutes, 2 crucial baskets, Prince.
Oo, paano mo nga naman yan didepensahan? Meron siyang 11 assists. So, ibigay mo man sa kanya yung lane, pag humelp ka, papasa yan, nasusut ng teammates niya. Again, hindi lang siya yung gumagawa para sa Letran. Meron siyang 21 points, 14 points kay Kevin Santos, 10 points para kay Kuahao, and 9 points para kay Jimboy Estrada. Omega, 8 points pa. So, sino ang didepensahan mo maliban kay Titing Manalili? Pipili ka na lang talaga kung hahayaan mo siyang sumut o hahayaan mo siyang pumasa. But in this game, parehas shoot at pasa ginagawa niya.
Yeah. He has embraced the moment. 25, 4, and 11 today for Jonathan Titing Manalili.
This is gonna be a historic game. Ano? I mean, parehas na teams natin, makikita mo nga naman talaga na binibigay nila lahat ng mga kaya nila. And in this case, nahulog yung mga tira ng Letran. And pinaganda talaga ni Titing Manalili itong laban. Ano? Same goes with with Ajanti Miller, of course.
Pero mahaba pa to. 41 seconds left. 2-possession game. We'll see what Coach Yuri drew up. Trigger man is Nigel Gonzalez. Gonzalez quickly to Etule. Miller. Miller, ooh, misses. And Letran secures it. Manalini brings it across. We have about an 8-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. Manalini, they lost it. San Beda needs to go quickly. Miller, got it. They call for a review if it's a long 2 or a 3.
And I think they saw na umapak sa guhit.
9.3 seconds remaining. Back after this. Welcome back to the coverage. They're checking out if this is a 3 or a long 2 for John E. Miller. Sakto yung posisyon ni Coach Allen doon.
Medyo natakpan yata doon sa angulo natin.
So from this angle, it's unclear. From this one, medyo mas malinaw. Looked like he stepped on the line.
Yan yung pangalawang stepping niya sa 3 points, ano?
That's right.
Is this gonna be a Kevin Durant moment?
Well, they called it a long 2. So it remains a 3-point game. Time remaining is 9.6 seconds left officially. Letran will burn a timeout. The rankings are set. Some of the matchups are also set here. But still, finalized na lahat. Pero itong dalawang teams natin, parang kailangan pa nila yung panalo.
Oo, parang knockout game eh.
Yeah.
Parang knockout game yung nangyayari dito sa game na to eh. I mean, kitang-kita mo naman kung paano sila naghanda para sa isa't isa again during that first meeting nila. Nanalo itong San Beda laban dito sa Letran. Pero in this game, San Beda was there for the early part of the game, but Letran answered right away. And so far, Letran came prepared.
Yeah. Letran will face Arellano, who has a twice-to-beat advantage in Group A. But if you're Arellano, you're checking this game out. This is going to be a scary team to face in the quarterfinals.
Yung kung ganitong klase ang ilalaro ng Letran, dun sa papasok na match nila against Arellano, eh dapat kabahan kung sino man yung makakalaban nila. No?
San Beda needs to foul quickly here though. And they foul Jonathan Manalini.
Nakita niyang open si Kevin Santos sa ilalim, pero sinabihan niya ng sorry kasi pag pinasa niya yun, baka masundot pa. And mabigyan pa ng opportunity itong San Beda na magkaroon ng isa pang run. I mean, a Hail Mary 3-pointer.
Manalini is a 66% free throw shooter. Today has gone 5 out of 6. First one. Career numbers for Titing. He misses the first. He needs the second one though to make it a 2-possession game.
Oo, and to somehow seal
Yeah.
the game kasi walang 4-pointer dito.
Pangalawa. No problem for Manalili. And
Okay.
Beda will call for time. Babalik tayo. Welcome back to the coverage. Former Letran Knights Ray Nambatak and Fran Yu witnessing this performance from the whole team and individually from Jonathan Manalili.
I mean, kung meron kang game na gusto mo magpakita, nung dumating si Nambatak, doon ka pa nag-decide. I mean, balikan natin yung sinabi ko kanina during the beginning. Normally, ito si Titing Manalili, pag umi-score siya, nahihirapan itong Letran mag-run ng offense nila dahil hindi na-involve masyado yung mga teammates niya.
Yeah.
And normally, yung assist nitong ni Titing, pag lumalagpas siya ng more than 10 or yung up close to 15 points, nasa 5 assists lang siya.
Yeah.
But in this case, he now has 11 assists and then 25 points. So yung extra 6 na assist niya ngayon na naibigay niya sa teammate niya, enough na yun para maiangat yung energy ng Letran para makuha itong panalo na to.
And that's all she wrote. Letran with a stop. And the Knights complete the win against their rivals, the San Beda Red Lions. The final score is 87-83. And a confidence-boosting win for the Letran Knights heading into the quarterfinals. Jonathan Manalili tying his season high with 26 points and coming down with 11 assists as well.
Ito yung energy na yung boost na kailangan nila papasok para dito sa twice to beat game nila against Arellano. After a game like this, imagine the momentum and then the confidence that the player has, especially yung mindset nila na if yung San Beda kayang-kaya natin talunin ng ganong klase ng laro. And at the same time na ganon yung nilalaro nila, sino pa ba ang pwedeng tumapat sa atin na hindi natin kayang tapatan?
What a battle between those two, Miller and Manalili. Jonty finishes with 34 points. My goodness. Final score, 87-83. Letran will sing their school hymn first as they are the winners today. Final score is 87-83. Letran emerges victorious over their rivals, the San Beda Red Lions. Pagbalik po natin, kakausapin natin si Coach Alan Ricardo of Letran. Back to our coverage, and we start the post-game discussion of this matchup between Letran and San Beda, round 2 in season 101. 4-point win for the Knights. Martin Javier, Prince Rivero here in the broadcast. As promised, we have our winning head coach, Coach Alan Ricardo of Letran. Coach, congratulations.
Coach, congratulations.
Coach, this is a big win to end the classification round for you, especially, big momentum for you guys entering the quarterfinals. My first question, what did it require from your team to beat out San Beda today?
Well, siguro nag-start yan sa practice, having that clarity, defensively, offensively. Kasi for the past games, medyo ang erratic namin on both ends eh. So we try to study the film and then make it clear, offensively, defensively. And nakita ko naman, I'm happy, not just about the win, but how they perform the game, and also coming back kasi trailing kami kanina at
Yes, Coach.
Coach, I wanna jump on that point. Trailing kayo, key moments dito sa ating laban. San Beda, it felt like, especially at the start of the third quarter, umabante ulit, umalagwa ulit. Ano yung mensahe mo, yung sinabi mo sa team mo, kaya kayo nakakabalik sa laban natin, tapos sa huli, kayo pa yung nakakuha ng panalo?
Sabi ko lang sa kanila, importante muna dumepensa tayo. Yung offense naman, darating sa atin yan. Every time makukuha natin yung defensive rebound, easy layups, easy points. So talagang dininan ko lang sa kanila yung defense.
Okay, Coach, malaking bagay, doon sa pinag-usapan namin ni Martin kanina, nilimit nyo yung San Beda doon sa one possession game na every time titira sila, like what you said, kailangan makuha natin defensive rebound. Ngayon, ano yung pinaka naging mindset mo para sa mga players mo na coming into this game, paano nyo siya trinit itong laro na to? Especially alam nyo na ito yung magiging pinaka-preparation game nyo para dun sa papasok na twice to beat game niyo.
Yeah, the most important thing is today, this game, going to Wednesday's game. So, syempre, meron na lang kaming 2 days to prepare going to Wednesday game. So, this is the most important thing na medyo nakabuelo kami, pare-parehas from the coaching staff. Just, giving credit to them and the players. Talagang we're on the one page even though we're trailing. Nakita ko yung body language sila tsaka yung attitude nila, talagang composed pa rin sila, hindi sila nagpapanik, hindi sila natataranta. So that's, just a good one, going to the playoffs.
Coach, buong season hinahanap mo yung tamang timpla dito sa team mo. Pakiramdam mo, eto na ba yun paparating natin sa quarterfinals?
Yeah, finally. Yeah, especially with June and Deo. Hindi ko na nga nabalik ulit si Estrada but nakita ko rin yung support ni Jimboy dun sa dalawa. Hats off to Jimboy. Talagang yung patience niya. You know, para mag-give para doon sa ibang kasama niya.
Okay, Coach, speaking of one page, pati kasi yung bench nyo kanina, nakikita namin kung gaano sila ka-involved dun sa nangyayari din sa loob ng court. Ano yung pinaka-mensahe mo dun sa mga players na hindi mo masyadong nagagamit, pero still, yung mindset nila, parang sila pa rin yung nasa loob na naglalaro?
Support lang. Kailangan supportahan natin isa't isa kasi pag dumating naman yung time mo na ikaw yung nandyan sa loob at maganda yung pina-perform mo, susuportahan ka rin namin from the coaching staff and down to the, you know, down to the players. Support lang, yun lang importante sa amin.
Coach, maraming arguments dito sa broadcast online when Titing Manalili scores big, usually hindi nagre-result sa isang panalo. When he scores in or he gets double figures in assists, doon kayo nanalo. Today, ginawa niya pareho, 26 points, 11 assists. How did you prepare for Titing para dito sa moment na to, San Beda Letran, final game natin sa classification round, kaya nag-perform siya ng ganito kahusay?
Well, sabi ko sa kanya, yung all eyes on you, especially how they guard you. Siyempre, they will play physical sa'yo and then they will stay home sa'yo. So, nandun naman ako sa sitwasyon na pinaprepare ko rin si Jonathan dun sa pwede niya ma-encounter para at least ma-deliver niya pa rin yung ano yung dapat niyang gawin to handle those situations, especially on the offensive end.
Coach, sorry, matanong ko lang din, gaano kalaki naging impact nitong ni Ray Nambatak dito sa klase ng gameplay ni Titing Manalili? Hindi lang ngayon, kasi may mga similarities sila when it comes to how they both play. Parehas sila na point guard mag-isip Kaya nilang sumot anytime, kaya din nilang humanap ng open para sa mga teammates nila. Ano yung parang ano yung pinaka natutulong nito ni Nambatak para dito kay Titing when it comes to yung pag-ayos ng mindset niya and paano niya i-view yung game papasok dun sa magiging mga games ninyo?
Well, prior to that kasi si Ray, he plays for TNT. Then si Coach Yuri, nag-assistant sa TNT.
Oo, tama,
so,
tama.
well, technically, parang,
May ganon?
how they play,
Yun pala yung secret weapon.
May connection,
Oo.
Di ba? Siyempre, nakita naman natin, but, kidding aside, wala naman feeling si Ray, pero, how San Beda play, siyempre, may similarities din dun sa, talk and text.
Coach, this is, di ba?
Napakaganda nun, na-scout mo yun.
Ngayon namin na-connect sa endgame, nung sinabi ni Coach Allen Ricardo. Pero, Coach, this is a big win for you guys and I think that is an understatement kasi ang laki ng tulong nito para sa kumpiyansa ninyo at saka sa iaangat ng karakter at moral ng team. You are facing a twice-to-beat disadvantage in the quarterfinals. Paano nyo yan tinitignan lalo pagkatapos ng ganitong klaseng panalo?
Well, sa Wednesday, syempre, win or go home. Wala tayong advantage. So, all bets are off. Talagang todo na yung laban sa Wednesday. So, we assure naman, syempre, no more tomorrow na yung pagka naglaro yung mga players natin.
Coach, you beat Arellano in your only matchup in the season and you beat them by double figures, diba? You beat them convincingly. You're facing them here in the quarterfinals. Sino yung talagang minamata nyo na ngayon na kailangan yung pigilan and the game plan for the Chiefs, especially now, Coach, na nung nakalaban nyo sila, hindi pa sila nagpo-4-game winning streak that was, when they started 3-6. Now they are a different beast of a team.
Medyo nakuha nila yung peak nila, especially
Yes.
dito sa latter part ng ating season.
Well, we scouted last I guess that's Friday.
Nandito ka ba nun, Coach?
Oo, nandito
Hindi
kami.
namin- hindi natin
Actually,
nahuli si
buong,
Coach.
Hindi mo rin na-scout yan.
actually, buong team
Buong team.
buong team. So,
Yung laban against Mapua.
yeah, talagang, alam naman natin, Mapua talagang, they are champion team. Talagang, yun yung isa sa pinaghahandaan namin. Pero siguro, may binibigay na sign si Lord na, I mean, with due respect with the Arellano, talagang, ang bigat din yan. Ang bigat din yan depensahan kasi like Ongotan, Valencia, Pinoya. So kailangan medyo, syempre, limitahan namin yung point production nila para we have a good chance of winning on a Wednesday.
Oo, yun yung mga klase ng player na parang hindi masyado naririnig sa game pero nagugulat ka na lang na yung output pala nila napakalaki pala.
Yes.
Napakalaki pala yung naibigay nila para dun sa game na yun to contribute para dun sa panalo.
Okay, Coach. Nanalo kayo ngayon. Siyempre, pagkakataon mong bumati sa mga nanonood sa inyo.
Binabati ko po lahat yung mga Letranista. Maraming po salamat sa pagsuporta. Ganun din po kay Father Rector, Father Vic, and Boss Frank Lau, and Boss Jacob Lau. Maraming salamat, SJ, sa walang sawang pagsuporta sa Letran Knights. Magkita-kita po tayo sa mga susunod na laro.
Ayan na. Coach Allen Ricardo, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mark.
And congratulations. Big win for the Letran Knights today. But we're not yet done with our post-game coverage. Mamaya-maya, makakausap natin ang ating best player of the game, Jonathan Titing Manalili. We're back to the coverage. Again, post-game discussion of this game between Letran and San Beda. Tightly contested match won by the Letran Knights. At ngayon, as promised, kasama na natin ang ating best player of the game, Jonathan Titing Manalili. Grabe ka.
Bro.
Tying a season high, 26 points, 11 assists, and 4 rebounds in today's game. Napaka-efficient pa from the field. Congratulations. Unang-una, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Gusto kong unahin kasi sinasabi ko kanina na kapag ka-rivalry game, dito lumalabas yung totoong laro ng isang player. Ikaw ba, meron ka bang extra push today against San Beda?
Sa amin naman, sabi nga, alam niyo naman, non-bearing na yung game. Pero yun San Beda Letran, talagang, alam mo na, yun talaga.
Rivalry tsaka pride.
Rivalry talaga Sabi ko naman sa kanila, simulan natin sa San Beda even though na non-bearing na.
Okay.
Kasi need natin
kuha ng momentum.
Kuha tayo ng momentum kasi nga twice to beat yung Arellano sila makakatapat namin. And yun, sabi ko lang na bigay natin yung best para kung ano man yung kinalabasan nito, wala tayong regrets.
Okay. Jonathan, uunahin namin ipakita yung mga pasa mo dito. Ang dami mong highlights sa laban na to. Sabi nga ni Prince kanina, itong game na to, pwede ka mag-clip farm.
Oo,
kasi
highlight farming sila
Highlight farming. A lot of assists today. Ano yung mindset mo today? Kasi pareho mo nagawa. Score ka at saka magaganda yung mga naging pasa mo sa mga kakampi mo. Ikaw, ano yung priority mo ngayong araw na to?
Bago kami nag-warm up kanina, kinausap naman ako ni Coach Allen. Kumbaga, andun naman daw yung mga pasa ko. Pero mas need ko pa mag-mature lalo na yung may mga nauuna na, kumbaga, pamasa na, yun, pinapaganda ko to. Yun, sabi ko lang naman, lahat, kung makikita ko man, didiretso ko na. Yun. Kung ano man sinabi ni Coach Allen, gagawin ko sa game.
Kaya pala ang gaganda ng pasa kasi
Kaya nga eh.
kahit open na, pinagaganda pa.
Oo.
Highlight farming talaga.
Ito, last na lang, bago ipasa kay Prince dito, speaking of the passes, kasi magagawa mo lang to if you see the game on a different level.
Tama.
Sige nga, ilagay mo kami sa utak tsaka sa mga mata ni Jonathan Manalili. Ano nakikita mo sa court?
Anong una mong
Kasi parang ang
tinitignan?
bagal ng laro sa'yo
So
eh.
pagka-inbound ng bola, anong nasa mindset mo na, okay, ano yung una kong titignan? I-explain mo sa amin kung paano mo gagawin na, okay, may inbound, pinasa sa'yo. Pagharap mo dito, ano yung una mong gagawin? Paano?
Kahit konti lang.
Yun, ininsayo namin yun. Sabi ni Coach Allen, gusto niya kasi ng mapadali yung laro. Kumbaga, kung may madali namang puntos, ba't di natin gagawin? Ba't mag-execute pa kung di naman kailangan? Yun. Nilulok ko lang yung pag inbound pa lang, tinitingnan ko lang kung may open. Yun, kung wala, nag-execute ako. Siyempre, yun, sa isip ko na kasi yun, simula pa high school ako. Kung sino yung mag-help, siyempre, yung tao nun, Kumbaga, yung match-up niya, talagang ilalagay ko na sa utak ko.
So yung play ninyo, 1-4. Ganun. 1-4 me, tapos pag humelp, NU. Tama. Kasi yun yung pinakamadali. 1-4 me muna. Pag humelp na, NU. Diba?
Okay.
Ayun, napakaganda. So, ang akin naman, tinanong ko rin to kay Coach Allen kanina. Ano ang naging epekto sa'yo ng isang Reynang Batak na siyempre part sila ng coaching staff mo and naglaro siya sa Letran. And alam naman natin pare-parehas kung sino si Reynang Batak at kung ano yung naibigay niya para sa Letran. Ano yung naitutulong niya sa'yo ngayon, especially sa growth mo as a player and naglalaro ka rin sa Letran?
Unang-una, kasi ako, may pre-game kasi ako. Parang nakikinig ako ng sounds. Kumbaga, ayoko muna yung may pagdaldalan.
Share mo nga sa amin ano yung sounds mo. Ito. Ito yung galaw mo kanina. Behind the back. Sige, babalikan natin to mamaya itong play na to. Pero ituloy mo yung thought mo dito. Kasi si Reynang Batak ito nanonood and, showing the seal of approval from the Stingray on the bench.
Unang-una kasi yun, kanina nga, sinabi ko nga, nakikinig ako ng sounds. Kumbaga. Kasi, ito, yung cellphone ng isang coach namin kay Coach Matt Diao, nagme-message si Coach Ray. So yung nasa isip ko, manonood siya. Kumbaga, sabi ko, uy, manonood si Coach Ray.
Sabi ko sa'yo eh.
Kasi, una pa lang niya ngayon manood sa game namin
First time,
So sabi ko, uy, manonood si Coach Ray. Yun, nagulat nga ako nung pagpasok niya. Parang nag-condition siya. So, sabi ko, ito, parang matcha-challenge ako. Kasi nga, si Coach Ray talagang tinututukan niya ako pag andun siya sa ensayo. Palagi siya akong, kumbaga, palagi niya akong kinakausap kung ano yung nakikita niya. And syempre, nung college pa lang, pinapanood ko si Coach Ray, talagang wala akong masabi rin. Kumbaga, hindi man ganun yung pasa niya na meron ako. Kumbaga, yung mga playing style niya, talagang inaano ko rin.
Hindi, halos pareho na kayo eh. Rookie ka pa lang.
Mas pang highlight reel lang kasi. Sabi niya kanina, di ba? Yung mga simpleng pasa lang pinapaganda pa. Kumbaga yung mga pasa ni Ray, parehas lang eh. Pero yung kanya, may konting style points. Kumbaga pang 2K.
Pang 2K. Pero, grabe pa na. Shoutout kay
Coach
The
Ray.
Stingray,
Coach Ray, the Stingray ng Batak.
Okay. Pero gusto ko rin pag-usapan, Jonathan, yung scoring mo naman kanina, 26 points today.
Mabigat yun.
Tapos yung duelo nyo ni Ajanti Miller noong fourth quarter.
Kumbaga shoot siya, shoot ako. Shoot siya, shoot ako. Hindi ako papayag.
Ano yung nasa isip mo nun?
Siyempre, si Miller, iba talaga eh. Kumbaga, yung experience niya kasi nga iba talaga yung sa country niya maglaro. Yung challenge ko sa sarili ko kasi nga aim ko rin yung makapunta sa yung international eh.
Yun.
So yun yung iniisip ko. Kumbaga, iba siya eh. So sabi ko, pag ito nalampasan ko to, syempre, kumbaga kaya ko makipagsabay. May kumpiyansa ako na kaya ko makipagsabay.
Kumbaga may approval ka rin sa sarili mo na kung si Miller nalagpasan mo eh.
And una-una kasi nga, sabi ni Coach Allen, parang iba talaga si Miller eh. Kumbaga, minamadali niya yung Philippine basketball eh. So, sabi ko, di pwede. Kaya, kanina, sabi ko kay Coach, kahit napagod ako, sabi ko, ako kukuha. Di ako papayag na makapuntos ulit yun.
Grabe. nagpatong-patong pala yung motivation mo today.
Oo.
Yun, sabi ko lang, even non-bearing to, talagang buhos ako.
Okay, isa pa. Kasi sabi niya kanina, 2 beses na binanggit na nakikinig siya ng music. Ano yung music na
Yan.
pinapakinggan mo? Sampulan mo naman
Gusto
kami.
namin yan.
Ayan. Kasi, syempre, yung mga nanonood natin, baka gustong pakinggan din yun. Di ba? Mapasabay man.
Isishare ko lang lahat ng nag-a-approach sa akin ngayon sa labas. Kaya alam mo ba yung Jonathan Manalili? Napapanood mo ba yan? Galing ano? Yan lahat kino-comment sa akin. Baka ngayon, kung ano sabihin mong music dito,
pakinggan din nila,
lahat
diba?
sila yung napapakinggan. Ano pinapakinggan mo?
Sa akin naman, depende sa vibes. Lalo na kanina kasi yung papayahe kami, umuulan eh. So trip ko mag-Taylor Swift.
Hoy!
So, yun, sabi ko, yung napalitan nga nung kanta ni Drake, sabi ko, pa-next nga, di ko trip eh.
Di ko parang hindi niya feel eh. Swiftie pala.
Swiftie.
Sakto sa ulan eh. Maulan eh. Dapat medyo ano yung kantahan.
Anong kanta ni Taylor Swift? Kung maulan to medyo ano ba to? Yung medyo masinti songs ni kasi hindi pwede yung ano niya, mga nasa
mga
TikTok.
fast-paced na songs yun. Hindi pwede.
Yung ano lang, yung Lover, syempre.
Yan! Ayan, sa lahat ng mga Swiftie dyan, alam nyo, si Titing Manalili, Swiftie yan. Kung mga gusto nyo rin magkaroon ng games na mga magaganda katulad nito, tapos maulan, alam nyo na kung ano papakinggan nyo.
Sa susunod ko na takbo, papakinggan ko yun.
Sabihan mo sa akin kung ano epekto nun sa'yo.
Sige. Okay, Titing, congratulations, 26 points, 11 assists. Siyempre, batiin mo na lahat ng nanonood sa inyo.
Unang-una kay God. Siya talaga yung tunay na king. Sabi nga, Father Vic, siya talaga. Nagmamas kami kanina. Yun talaga nilalagay ko sa isip ko. And yun, thank you ako sa kanya kasi nga di ko naman magagawa. Di namin magagawa to kung dahil sa kanya. Talagang sabi sa amin ni Coach Allen, God has a plan. Siyempre. Kumbaga, di man tayo nakuha yung twice to beat. Pinapadali niya pa rin. Kumbaga may plano siya kaya yun, tiwala kami kay God kung ano man mangyari. Yun, sabi naman na gawin lang din natin yung part natin kasi di naman si God yung maglalaro tayo. And sa boss namin, kay Boss Frank, kay Boss Jacob, and sa mga alumni sa Letran na sumusuporta, and sa mga teachers, faculties sa Letran, yung mga proof namin, and sa family ko, kay mama, kay papa, sa mga ate ko, and yung mga sumusuporta sa akin, mga Kareta Boys, sa Team Busog, sa kila Martin, Jomar, Paps, shoutout sa inyo. And kay Zaira and kay MM.
Yun ba yung Team Busog? Yung ba yun? Yung pala yung Team Busog na yun.
Yung ba yan? Okay. So para dun yan, Okay.
Pare, congratulations.
Congratulations. Jonathan Manalili. Again, such an honor to cover this kid since his high school days. Nakikita natin yung growth niya sa basketball court at maturity niya off the court. Congratulations. Okay. Final numbers between Letran and San Beda and Prince in the second half. Na-maintain ng Letran yung kanilang shooting.
And yung points in the paint, kung titignan mo, isa sa mga strengths ng San Beda is yung bigs nila. Pero doon sa part na yun, tinalo sila ng Letran and na-maximize talaga nila yung pag-atake doon sa loob and to get shots closer to the ring like what Coach Allen said, padaliin yung basketball. The closer you are to the basket, the easier it is to shoot. And then in that case, they got 50 points in the paint which gave them that edge para makuha itong panalo na to.
And it's hard to do against one of the best.
Yes.
Diba?
Yeah, and
front lines in the league.
May mga kompleto sila. Kompleto sa lineup. Again, parehas silang lineup na may malalalim na players. Kompleto yan. May mga bigs, guards. Kumbaga, pantay-pantay yung mga height.
Yeah. So, leading scorers natin, big numbers for Miller and Manalili, 34 and 26 respectively. Following them, we have Jimmy Reyes with 12, Kevin Santos with 14 points, Yuken Andrada with 8, and Teo Cuahaw off the bench in double figures as well. Okay, ngayon naman mga kapuso, kasama natin ang isa sa mga big man na nakipagbakbakan dito
pillars
para sa
sa
Letran.
ilalim. Kumbaga, isa sa mga pillars ng Letran sa ilalim.
That's right. Went to battle against San Beda's bigs. Kevin Santos, congratulations on the win.
Thank you po, thank you.
Kamusta ka? Kamusta yung bakbakan nyo dun sa mga big men sila, Yukien, Josel, so may Bismarck Lina pa ng konti?
Pagod, pero worth it naman. Marami natutunan sa laban namin.
Dito sa laban na to, Kevin, naramdaman nyo ba yung extra pressure ng pagiging rivalry game na to? Kasi San Beda Letran to, parang iba dapat yung treatment.
Mahirap yung laban kahit non-bearing na sa amin. ayun, laban pa rin yung both team para sa school. Pataasan ng pride eh.
Tama. Okay, napansin namin kanina, no, medyo nagkakainitan. May mga sequence kanina na nagkakainitan. Siyempre, may mga emotions involved and nagkaka-trash talkan yan eh. Part yan ng basketball and kailangan yan para makatulong talaga dun sa pag-up ng energy. Ano yung naging mindset mo para to keep your composure? Kasi may mga games na medyo umiinit yung ulo mo eh, na napapa-retaliate ka ng konti. So, natatawagan ka ng mga foul na hindi mo gusto. But this game, you kept your composure and you ended up on top, syempre, by winning against San Beda.
Sinasabihin din ako ni Coach Allen eh, kasi alam naman nila yon na ganun nga, mainitin yung ulo ko. Sinasabi lang nila na focus lang ako sa laro para mag-enjoy ako at mag-enjoy yung team namin.
Oo, gandang sagot pala nun, no? Tinutulungan siya ng mga coaches niya na to keep his composure to enjoy basketball.
Napakaraming pasa sa'yo ni Jonathan Manalili. Kamusta yung connection mo sa kanya? Kasi parang ang dami ng highlights na kayong dalawa yung involved, lalo dito sa laban natin against San Beda.
Sa dorm namin, magkatabi kasi kami ng kama eh. Tsaka sa practice namin, ginagawa na namin yan eh. Pasahan namin kung saan siya the drive, mirror lang ako. Parang susundan ko lang siya kung saan siya pupunta.
Okay, nabanggit mong magkatabi kayo ng kama. Swiftie ka rin ba? Nakikinig ka rin ba sa music?
Taylor Swift daw kasi yung
Jonathan Manalili.
Oo, kahit hapon tugtog pa rin eh. Natutulog na ako, tugtog pa rin. Lakas ng music eh.
Yun naman pala ang sikreto. Buong araw naman pala nakikinig itong si Jonathan.
Eto, how about this play? Naka-dunk ka, nag-Danny Ay ka pa dun. Ng konti, nag-raise the roof ka. Ayan, sa kanya mo ba nakuha yan, yung raise the roof?
Oo.
Hindi, ikaw.
Sa kanya. Ina-idol ko rin yun kasi sa Converge eh. Ayun, yun lang.
Pero Kevin, dito sa laban natin, ang laking panalo nito para sa Letran Knights. Ngayon, you will head to the quarterfinals with a big win. Momentum to para sa inyo.
Tama.
You know, from a player's perspective, gaano kalaking bagay yung makuha niyo yung larong to against a rival like San Beda?
Malaki silang tulong sa amin kasi madadala na namin sa game namin sa Arellano. Yung aggressiveness namin sa defense and offense.
Sino yung tinitignan mo sa Arellano na pwedeng maging key factor na gusto nyong pigilan?
Yun na nga, si Binoya, shooter, and si Ongotan. Tsaka yung guard nila, si Nakamay, yan. Mahirap depensahan yan, lalo na sa perimeter, tsaka sa transition.
Tama, hindi siya nagbanggit ng big man kasi sabi niya okay na sa akin yan.
Oo, hayaan sa amin ni MDO yun kami ng bala sa big man. Yung mga guards, tutulungan namin kayo, pero kami, okay lang kami dito. So anong naging mindset mo every game na papasok ka, papunta ng game, ano yung sinasabi mo sa sarili mo na okay, ito yung mga kailangan kong gawin this game. Ito yung mga palaging nire-remind sa akin ni coach na dapat hindi ko makalimutan at saka ipo-perform ko.
Yung pagiging role player ko sa mga kasama ko. Sabi nga nila sa akin, kung maglaro lang ako na maayos, wala daw makaka-stop sa akin.
Oo, yun yung potential mo talaga, Kevin.
Kasi
raise the roof.
Raise the roof.
Yun, wala.
Kung ba kulang yung bubong, taasan pa natin.
Angat pa. Kevin, pagkakataon mong batiin yung mga nanonood sa inyo.
Binabati ko po sina Boss Frank and Boss Jacob Lau and Boss Delta, Governor Delta, tsaka yung family ko na nanonood. Ayun lang.
Kevin Santos, 14 points, 6 rebounds, meron pang 2 block para dito kay Kevin Santos. And again, battled all throughout the game against San Beda's Bigs today. And it led to a win for Letran. Okay, mga kapuso. This is now our playoff picture. Again, we've been flashing this pretty much the entire coverage. The rankings are set already. Ito po yung mga magiging bracket natin. We'll proceed first with our play-in matches. JRU versus EAC for the right to face Perpetual. And on the other side, LPU San Sebastian for the right to face the San Beda Red Lions.
And pinag-uusapan nga natin kanina na itong LPU, parang we have yet to see yung maximum potential nila.
Yeah.
You know, but their previous games, may mga glimpse. May mga glimpse tayo na nakita na what we could possibly see doon sa upcoming game nila against San Sebastian. Gaano ka-importante yung magiging game nila na yan para sa tingin mo, marireach kaya nila yung possibility na mag-peak by the time na makipaglaban sila sa isa't isa in preparation dun sa play-in.
Yeah. Para naman dito sa San Beda, masusubukan yung mga bata ni Coach Rob Labagala, mostly rookies on the team. So they'll be tested in the play-in against an experienced LPU team. On the other side, dito naman, Batang Team 10, the JRU Heavy Bombers versus the EAC Generals. Winner faces Perpetual in the quarterfinals. Etong dalawang teams natin, 1-1 din to nagkapanalo sa isa't isa sa ating classification round.
No, yan yung maganda sa bagong natin ngayon bagong setup ng NCAA ngayon Nabibigyan ng chance yung mga teams na to showcase their talent and yung potential nila up to the very end. Mabibigyan sila ng chance na to represent their school well.
Okay, mga kapuso, that's a wrap for our classification round. We thank you for joining us in the past couple of months here in the competition. Now we head to the next round. You go first to the play-in games and then the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals. Prince, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Maraming salamat po sa mga nanood.
On behalf of the entire team, for my partner, Prince Rivero, nandiyan ang ating courtside reporter na si Chantal Laude, our panel director, si Paca Senya. Of course, we also have our floor director, Roy Tulio. Game producer, Manny Gabutina. And our director at the helm is Direk Abet Ramos. This is Martin Javier saying thank you for joining us in the classification round of the NCAA and this final game between the rivals, Letran versus San Beda. Letran getting a big win. We shift our attention to the playoffs next week. Magsisimula po dito lang sa NCAA Season 101, Building Greatness. We'll see you there.